Many of them will be offering scholarships to the students. Hence, the session today will hold the following interests: investment potential for opening technical colleges in the state, admission procedures for various institutions, technical, management, law, medical, dental, veterinary, and many other courses and opportunities, studies in foreign universities, scholarships available for students in India and abroad, and educational loans.
As we continue to look forward for today and tomorrow, here's a brief outline. In the line with the Chief Minister's vision to attract investments to the state, the Investment and Development Authority of Nagaland, in short, IDEN, was created and notified by a cabinet notification in June 2018. As the state's Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency, IPA, it aims to explore, promote, and facilitate all possible investment opportunities for infrastructure and social economic development in the state. The IDEN strives to be a driving force to transform Nagaland to be a prominent achiever under sustainable development goals by force multiplying the strength of the government departments through effective networking. The mandate is to devise and execute medium to long-term strategies to build and strengthen the state's local content and facilitate robust external investor relations and investment into the state. The vision is to lead integrated and streamlined activities and play a pivotal role in multi-stakeholder engagement that will catapult the state's revenue-generating ability and establish sustainable development. The mission is to develop investor-friendly environment and drive empirical, analytical, and research that will contribute to policy advocacy and inputs which will enhance the ease of doing business in the state. With this note, I would like to welcome Sri Alamtem Shri Jamir, IAS retired, the Chief Executive Officer of IDEN, to do the honors in welcoming all of us. Sir, you may take the time.
Keen interest in the spread of education in the country that he's here with us, and also with us is our Vice Chancellor of Northeast Christian University. With such a crowd, I think we shall be blessed with a lot of knowledge and information. And I also like to welcome all the participants. I cannot name all of you. I'm sorry, there are too many of you to be named. And all the officers in the departments that are present here today. I really would like to welcome all of you, and in particular my dear young students for whom all this event has been organized
so that you will benefit. Children are the greatest investment, and education occupies the most important and valuable deposit. I think that is a universal truth. And many countries across the world are trying to change the education system from the system of memorization to creative thinking and technical pursuits. And that is how the education system is moving forward. India in particular is in search of the new education policies announced recently, and we definitely need to move out of our colonial and imperial system of education, which makes most of our children go for white collar or blue collar government jobs and do not make us empowered to be able to proceed forward. And therefore, today's event, the Education Connect. Actually, education is not a mandate of IDAN, but we have been constrained to take it up when the proposal has come for some of the educational institutions to invest in Nagaland. and where we can set up a lot of educational institutions with outside investment, provided we give them land, and we are inviting them. But allowing that, we have in our radar the setting up of institutes such as medicine, engineering, technical, digital management, and so on, and including vocational skill building. So when the NEEC, the Northeast Education Council, an NGO, in which our consultant, Mr. Venkat Raju, is a member, have come up with this proposal for setting up this conclave, connect, or an event, we have readily accepted, and we are really grateful for all the participation of the departments and the participating institutions who have come all the way to be with us and to interface with the students. Along with this, we are looking at whether education loans which are available but which our students cannot really avail because we don't know how, or we don't have the means. It is a tiered partnership, and with that we hope that needy students will be able to avail of educational loans and also career guidance. Many schools are already doing it, but we thought that we could have a more close interface in that respect. The conclave is being repeated in Dimapur, of course, without the inaugural or the other sessions, but we hope that the other students all over Nagaland will benefit. In our newspaper advertisements, which we have given in the last 2-3 days, we have put a link where students from Mon, Twinsang, and Mokokchu and all can access the link, and then they can watch what is going on today over here. And I hope that they are doing it, and we are grateful to the Department of IPR that have broadcasted this information to the students far and wide, and I hope that all of you students who are logging in will benefit. As I said, education is not exactly our mandate of the IDAN, but we have done it because we have seen an opportunity. And above all, an opportunity where we don't have to invest any money, except in setting up these seminar halls and facilities, because most of the money is being provided by the NEC and the participating institutions. But from next year, it is our request, sir, that the education sector, the higher and the technical included, will take over this, and we hope that this Edu Connect of Nagaland will grow bigger so that it connects with the students and educational systems in Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, even Thailand, where they are looking for education, and our institutions, especially Naga teachers and students, can speak and convey much better English education than anywhere else. And the system of education in India, especially the technical and in the digital sector, is also very high. And those things can be slowly built up so that education emerges as an industry in the near future. And we hope that the education and your departments will kindly take over this Connect from next year. And we thank all of you for your participation. We are extremely grateful for all the cooperation that has been extended to us by the departments of education, higher education, technical education, the IT, even the animal husbandry, agriculture, horticulture, and industry, and not to forget the IPR, and our ever good partner, the GIS, who have been doing all the digital thing with the help of the IT department. And we were also looking forward to the involvement of forest and environment, because the global warming and climate change is a very, very extremely important subject matter to be attended to by the students for the future of our state and our people. But we could not get any forest institute as such for this, but we hope that they will get involved in the future to admit our students to the institutes, plus set up their own institutes here in our state. And we hope that the departments will keep the ball rolling from next year onwards. Above all, a big thank you to the IDAN team. We're a big army of 6 officers and 3 very active and specialized NCS officers attached to us for about 2 months, and they have made everything possible, and I think we owe a lot to all of them. So with these few words, I welcome you once more to this event, and I hope that all of you will benefit, particularly the students who are sitting here, that you will benefit by interaction with the institutes and also by listening into the conference and all the things that are going on. So thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Here comes the time to show. Then to continue to grace this by giving away a small gift to the following dignitaries. May I call upon Sri Keti Sukalu, Honorable Advisor, SE and SERT, Government of Nagaland. Sir, please accept this token of love from us. May we all put our hands together in acknowledgement. May I call upon Sri Medo Hyoka, Honorable Advisor, Technical Education and Elections, Government of Nagaland. Professor K.R.S. Sambasiva Rao, Vice Chancellor, Mizoram University. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Darlundo Cutting, Vice Chancellor, Northeast Christian University. Dr. H.A. Upendra, Director, Veterinary University, Bangalore. Dr. Ramanan, CEO, Leather Consultancy. Sri Shah Nizamuddin M., Faculty Trainer, Bangalore. Professor Dr. B. Sendal Kumar, the Dean Allied Health Sciences, Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation. That's about. Thank you, sir. May we all give a collective round of applause for their presence and a gratitude from all of us. It is here that I take the time to give the keynote address welcome by Sri Medo Hyoka, Honorable Advisor, Technical Education and Election, GON. Please, sir.
A very good morning to you all. On behalf of the Government of Nagaland, I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you gathered here this morning. Especially to our honored guests who had traveled from almost every part and state of this big nation. Welcome to Nagaland and welcome to Kohima. It is indeed a great moment for all of us, to have you all here at this very pertinent event. And I believe this event and your presence here will not fail in any manner or aspects in propelling and to mark the beginning, a new beginning for the state of Nagaland to march and to move forward in terms of peace, infrastructural development, and advancement of human resources. You all are aware the state of Nagaland was carved out from the state of Assam, and is the second oldest state after Assam amongst the northeast states of the day. 60 years on since statehood. However, the irony, the till date, the aspect and the prospect of peace, development and advancement on all terms relatively remains elusive and is found to be dearly wanting. As a community, as a race, and as a state within the union of the mighty India, we Nagas, we have our own stories to be told, which needs to be heard and needs to be addressed in the right perspective. A factor for the one of which, even centuries before, prior to the formation and inauguration of the state, to till date, we are in a constant state of being overwhelmed with people's struggles and unrest, which had also largely conditioned us to be where we are today, to be reeling in a poor state of affairs, so unwarranted to be in this 21st century, and which I also believe have brought you all to be here with us today, to reinitiate and to make a new effort to a late and a belated beginning for our resource building society, which is never rather too late. Our population is mostly dependent on agri and allied activities for their livelihood and for the sustenance. However, this in no way reflects our state to be an agrarian-based economic state, since the produce and the income generated from agri and allied activities in no way suffice to meet the needs of the people. Despite of a state being blessed and endowed with abundance of natural resources, with huge precious mineral deposits, the resources to till date remains largely unexplored, untapped. The terrain, the topography of the state, and in fact, the poor connectivity of the region may be a factor for the underutilization of our natural resources. But undeniably, there is an unresolved, ongoing historical and political issue persisting on with the people of the state and the Indian Union, which, and this may be one of the key reasons and factors deterring the government of the day, the private firms and other investors from coming into the state for investment. This has created a conspicuous situation for the state of Nagaland to be devoid and deprived of, with no industries and functional factories in the state. And in the absence of any big or medium industries, a sector which usually observe a large percentage of the workforce and employment, the state of Nagaland today had a very high percentage of educated unemployees, with a staggering figure of about 25.7%, as per the statistics provided by the Union Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India for the year 2019 to 2020, which stands out to be the highest among the northeastern states and the second over all India after Lakshadweep, which has 31.6%. In the backdrop and in given situation like this, unlike the rest of the states in India, in the country, the largest sector that gives employment to each subject is the government sector, employing about 1.3 lakhs person, which comes to a rough estimate of about 15% of the state's total population. This is a huge percentage as compared to other states in where the number of government employees does not exceed to even 1% of the state population. And to fund and to sustain this government machinery, the state of Nagaland is dependent heavily on the funds and grants from the government of India, which literally eats up and consumes up almost 60% of the financial sources that comes to the state from Delhi. It is against the backdrop of this unwarranted situation, with a determination to forge and to ride over the challenges, basically with a focus and aim to provide and to create a system that can handhold and facilitate the society in general and the younger generation in particular on advancement and progression of human resources, a quality which is in inherent abundance within the Naga youths. The government of Nagaland, under the initiative of Aiden, came up with a concept and is today conducting this Education Connect conference, a first of its kind in the state. The core mission and a target vision of this Edu Connect is to provide a platform and to rope in the participation of any individual firms or companies or corporates desiring to invest in education sector in the state of Nagaland. For this, the investment in the Development Authority of Nagaland, IDAN, had been made as a nodal department which will work to facilitate on all queries and processes for the successful implementation of this target mission. With the prevalence of relative peace and the state clad with convenient and conducive environment, which can really promote quality education and advancement of human resources towards our nation building. The government of the day, with a massive asset of youth resources of about 40.2% in the age group of 15 to 35, as per 2011 census, which comes to about 8 lakhs of our total population, is opening up her doors to beckon and to welcome investors and to invest in the education sector from any interested and willing entity, firms, corporates, and institutions, which we deem will mutually benefit the state government, the investors, and the general public at large. Towards this end, the state government is committed to extend all possible help, support, and guidance, and to be the lead partner in facilitating potential investors. A look at the data relating to high school and higher secondary school students and the youth resources available will give you a fair idea of the huge potential that the state poses for investment in education sector in Nagaland. In high school, for the academic year of 2020, we have 22,392 students who appeared the exams, with a pass figure of 15,680. In the year 2021, we had 23,608 students who appeared, with a pass figure of 16,388. And for the current academic year, that is 2022, we have almost 28,937 students who have sat and appeared exams, and the results are awaited. In the higher secondary level, in the art streams, in the year 2020, in commerce and in science, we have the following figures. In 2020, we have 11,598 students who appeared for the higher secondary exams in art streams, with a pass figure of 8,335. In commerce, it was 1,337, with a pass figure of 1,010. In science, we had 2,525 students who have appeared, with a pass figure of 2,046. In 2021, in our stream, high secondary level, we have 13,000 students who have appeared exams with a pass percentage or figure of 9,035. In commerce, we had 1,347 with a pass figure of 1,002. In science, there were 2,463 students who appeared with a pass figure of 2,250. For the current academic year in the art stream, we have 13,812 who have appeared. In commerce, we have 1,157, and in science, we had 2,152, results of which are awaited. The figures presented does not reflect the overall picture of the state, since many students are studying in institutes outside the state, and the figure also does not include our Naga students following CBSE and other courses. There is therefore a huge opportunity for investors to come in to set up school, colleges, educational trusts, technical colleges and university in the state of Nagaland, which will definitely be a win-win situation for all parties involved. To also make a mention here, our state, even after almost 50 years of statehood, our state is yet to have its own medical and engineering college started, which are in the pipeline. Investment and investors in the educational sector of the state will therefore be a big help to the state as well as to the people, as many parents find it impossible to send their children to study outside the state due to financial constraint. It will also help those deserving students from underprivileged section of the society to come on par with the counterparts from the affluent section of the society. With these few words, I thank you all for coming in person, which conveys your serious concern to be lead partners in our effort and quest towards our nation building. I want to also get all of us reminded that this great Indian nation will not be a strong and a square one as long as the small and deprived state like us are being left behind. It is with this belief and with this conviction that the state government of the day is earnestly looking ahead to this Edu Connect in anticipation that it will invariably have a strong and a positive impact for our state and for our nation together. The state and the nation cannot afford to let loose the immense potentials, the energy and the resources represented by the youth and the young people of the state. Without having them on board on our nation building process, we will not succeed. With them and the strength on, we definitely will not fail. Thank you, God bless, and have a fruitful day.
Thank you, sir. Taking the concerns and also the opportunities cited, may I take this opportunity to welcome Professor K.R.S. Sambasiva Rao, the Vice Chancellor of the Mizoram University. He has done his DSc in Biotechnology from Berhampur University in Microbial Biotechnology, PhD in Zoology from Venkateshwar University in the field of Toxicology and Psychology. Sir, you may take your time, please.
Good morning, everyone. Respected guests on the dais, Sri Jameer Saab, the Chief Executive Officer of IDAN, the keynote speaker, Sri Meadow, Honorable Advisor Technical Education, Sri Darlando Kaiting, Vice Chancellor, Northeast Christian University, and Sri K.T. Sukhalu, Honorable Advisor, Government of Nagaland, and other invited guests from Bangalore and Nagaland and student friends. It was a wonderful occasion for me to speak on this occasion. I had prepared one presentation, but it is not possible to present presentation, so I just would like to go in general talk. As you know that I'm basically from southern part of the country, and I joined in Mizoram University 4.5 years back. So when 4.5 years back when I joined in Mizoram University, how our university has been performing and how I made it in the last 4.5 years, that university, I will take it into a model, and also what is the scope for development of education in Northeast sector, particularly with reference to Nagaland. I would like to speak on this occasion. When I joined in Mizoram University, which is a central university, it was not well known to many people, and even before I come, I am also not knowing what is Mizoram University when I am coming from southern part of the country. But after I joined into Mizoram University, I made that university globally known now. How I made it and what is that hard work we made it, and how our faculty and other stakeholders of the university has made it into reality, we have to understand. Now it is one of the best universities in the country, below 100 rank university. And it is, in the last 4 years, we got more than 250 crores research projects. And no other university, including Delhi, Hyderabad, Bangalore, anywhere, any university, central university got that many projects in our university. And when I joined that university, it has become almost a low performer in publications and research. But now it is one of the best performer in the country. Within 4 years, it has become one of the best performer in the country. And the PPT, watch it here. PPT? They are playing the PPT. Yes, they are playing, okay. So my PPT is also coming before that. So how it is made? So we had a very good faculty, and we made it in such a way that the importance of education sector, quality education, particularly research supported education, is very important for students. Even for students, actually what I am trying to tell is that students also very important that what kind of education we are providing in the institutions which we had in our state and our area. This is also very important. And what is the kind of skill education and what kind of quality education we are providing to the children, also very important. And the students need to have some kind of innovation and also entrepreneurship skills for completion of their course with the particular skills, and they should have a entrepreneur skills also after completing education. These are very important, and what kind of educations we are permitting here to establish, they should be in a position to provide this particular quality education to our children. And we can invite investors to come to Nagaland and establish the various institutions from the beginning of primary education, secondary education, higher education, and technical education. We are trying to invite people to establish in Nagaland. But actually, just for the sake of coming and establishing the institution is not important. The quality education, which can attract the people from different parts of the country. Even the students also and faculty also need to come and work here. This is very important that unless we have a cosmopolitan environment, we don't get the quality education here. The students also should get an exposure to the different parts of the country students, and also the faculty from different parts of the country, they need to come here. And the laboratory quality and also the institutional quality is also very important when the stakeholders are coming here. So the government of Nagaland should take care of that particular quality parameters into account when we are inviting people to come and establish here. Why should we promote the privatization of education, and why should we invite people to come here? So the main, I just wanted to innovative education models. So we are providing to we are providing an opportunity for the investors to come here to give innovative education models, that which is not available here in Northeast region and also Nagaland state. And high quality faculty we need to require, because we are having people which are actually, we should not have inbreeding situation here, and quality faculty need to be encouraged and quality need to be, this is what actually. For example, I just want to mention in Mizoram, in the last few years, I have recruited more than 200 people. Out of these 200 faculty which I recruited, around 120 faculty are from other states. 23 states of the country are being covered. And only 30 to 40% of the people are being taken into consideration, and 100% quality parameters we have taken into recruitments, and without anybody's influence, and we have taken quality people. And you have to see that people are publishing now from 2 impact factor to 65 impact factor publications are coming up. And we had developed 3 incubators for the children. That is, incubators you know very well, that they will provide an opportunity for the children to get trained themselves in the incubators, and that particular incubators will provide them innovative knowledge and technical knowledge for them to get trained themselves. And then after that, after completion of their course, they will be going out and they will be developing themselves as entrepreneurs. This is what. So my PPT is also coming up. Next slide. Can you show me can you move to the next slide? So what is that education system actually? It has got global competence it should have, and technological inventions has to be taken into consideration, and it should also take into consideration that the socio-economic conditions of the particular area has to be taken into consideration. There are several other parameters. Why should we invite them into next slide? So there are several other parameters why we should invite people into Nagaland and invest their opportunities. Like liberal mode of education, the students should have a choice that any course they wanted to go, they should be provided an opportunity to go for any course which they want to choose. And the global networking, that is the institution which has got global networking, which has got connections, training programs, and go for other countries to get training. And students, after completing their course, then they can go to other parts of the country. And student dream facilities. Many people, they think that we wanted to work in a particular institution where it has got very good opportunity. That kind of opportunities and that kind of facilities need to be provided by the institution. So the kind of institutions which private institutions, environment of the students is, because it is a beautiful environment, Nagaland is a beautiful environment, that particular environment will be enjoyable to many students coming from other parts. We should not target, actually Honorable Advisor just was talking about the various students which are actually passing out from Nagaland. My interest is that we, not only from Nagaland, we should also invite people from outside and neighboring states to our Nagaland state, and we should provide an opportunity and environment for the student to study here, so that the students of Nagaland will get interaction with other students and competitiveness will be improved, and also the quality of education also will get because of the competition. This is what a competitive education is to be provided. And community involvement. So the social needs of the particular society, innovativeness has to be provided, and also the bring out students from other states, and quality administrators also we need to get from different parts, and self-learning opportunities, the research mindset has to be provided, and global interactions and diversity exposure, peer mentoring students, educational beyond borders, problem solving ability and leadership building. These are the very important institutions has to concentrate, and they should be going for the quality institution which they are going to establish here. And international advisory committee, that we should not be having an advisory committee just locally and what we are thinking of our local conditions. We should grow globally. Just now, Honorable Advisor was mentioning that we have many students actually possibility from Thailand, Myanmar, and even Bangladesh and many countries, actual neighboring countries, they don't have proper education system. That's what actually we need to trap them, and they need to get that Nagaland there is a school and there is a kindergarten school which will provide opportunity for students. Actually, you know very well our students are going to Guwahati and going to Chennai, going to Hyderabad, Bangalore, and they are studying in such institutions where high profile opportunities are being provided in the school. This kind of facilities we need to provide and get impression, perception we should get in our Nagaland, and we should get that kind of campus life has to be provided to students, and global competence is very important, and this is where multidisciplinary courses has to be established, as just mentioned by him, the various technical courses, agriculture courses, medical courses. We are talking about medical courses to be started in Nagaland and other northeast states. But the quality of medical education which we are providing is not sufficient to establish a super specialty hospital. No, even now, any person gets any problem, heart attacks, now they have to be shifted through ambulance, helicopter ambulance to different parts, either to Calcutta or to Chennai or to Vellore. So this kind of system we are still having, even in Mizoram and Nagaland. So we don't have a proper facilities here. Why we are not able to? We have a medical college, but why it is not been able to provide that? Why not that kind of quality education, medical education we are not able to provide? This is very important. We should not have a localized thinking. We should have a globalized thinking, and quality people has to be invited here, and they should be performing here a particular activity. Then our students also will get opportunity to learn there, and that will provide quality education. So next slide. Education, educating people actually, we are prosperity of the state, and also the security of the state also has been concentrated, and social well-being, leadership, and you go on moving slides, who are operating the slides, go on moving the slide. So that will be good for you to complete the talk. So the role of education is to develop the particular future leaders of the state, and how we are going to do this. And this is what, because they are not moving slides, I have some slides, very good slides for you, which I just wanted that what is the possibility and what are the opportunities. You go on moving slides, slowly, not speed, because they should also read the slides. So universities are knowledge-driven centers. It is very important that we should establish universities locally with a global competence, and our students should get exposure. This is what my feeling is. And next slide. And the market forces, very important that what is the demanded forces, because you know very well that Naga students actually wherever we go to Bangalore or Hyderabad or Mumbai or Delhi, you find very good Naga people actually working in hospitality sector and catering technology, and also nursing sector, and they are actually logistics sector. We see many people from Nagaland, actually they have been working, speaking very good English. So that particular specialized areas we need to develop, and as per the demand of the particular situation, we need to develop the institutions here in Nagaland. This is what my feeling is. Next slide. And the education sector actually, when we are talking about, so it is a little descriptive one. I just wanted to explain you that at primary level, secondary level, higher education level, we need to have the institutions of great reputation all over the country. Actually, we invite them globally, and not just by inviting our mouth-to-mouth canvassing. We need to have a global tendering to the various institutions which are having high reputation in the country. And those institutions has to come here, and they should establish the educational institutions of high quality in Nagaland. That will provide education. The students of Nagaland don't require to go outside. And also what is that Nagaland government has to provide is that initially they have to provide with the land and land facility, and also initially tax benefits for at least for a period of 5 years and 10 years. They can only provide tax of 5% to 10%, and after that they can go for 50% of the tax they can provide, and after 5 years or 10 years after the institution establish themselves, the Nagaland government has to provide the tax benefits for a initial period. Then only people will be attracted here. Why they should come to Nagaland? This extreme part of Northeast region, why should they come here? Because unless there is some tax benefits, and till they establish themselves here, and till they establish the quality institution here, we need to provide some tax benefits by the government. Honorable advisor has to think about this, note about this, and we need to provide some advantages when we are inviting them to our Nagaland state, at least for a period of 5 to 10 years. After that, it will be very easy that we can invite many people on a global competition basis. Because once it is established, Nagaland government is doing wonderfully and inviting the entrepreneurs to come here and invest here in Nagaland state, that will be more advantage to invite people. And the second important that is that the various, we should not restrict only for higher education and technical institutions. Primary schools are also very important. The NEP says now, National Education Policy says that the education has to be monitored from the primary education itself. And the children has to be monitored, and the bent up of research mind, and also the bent up of innovation, and the bent up of creativity has to be provided from the primary education. The schools level also we need to have the stakeholders from outside, that they should establish quality institutions in Nagaland. The education should be shaped in such a way that it, from the primary education to higher education, technical education, the established institutions which are going to come here, they need to have a quality. So if we go to many institutions, many colleges in our Northeast, actually the facilities have not been really very good. Why it is? Because the state governments are not having good funding resources, and they are not able to provide the quality laboratories, and also the infrastructure which has been provided for higher education. And if we just go for Northeast region, particularly mathematics is one of the important area, English is one of the important area, that actually communicative skills are very good here, but the language skills actually and the quality of subjects, multilingualism is not actually been provided here, because they are very restricted for English and local languages. So multilingualism is very important to people to go for global marketing, and international languages also has to be encouraged here. The children should also learn along with higher education. Then only the global competence of the children will be increased. So higher education, and, primary education, and secondary education, technical education, all are equally important. Next slide. Next slide. So this is actually, you just go on previous slide, it will be, some people can go through that slide, because what is that actually, I just wanted to hear is, there are possibilities for establishing universities, deemed universities, colleges, autonomous colleges, and institutes of providing distance mode. Digitalized learning is very important now. Digital learning is one of the important. UGC has been providing an opportunity for the children that they can also go for the dual degrees. Why dual degrees are necessary? This is one of the questions for many people who doesn't understand why dual degrees are provided. So how universities, colleges can provide digital dual degrees provision? This is one of the problems. Many people are not able to understand. UGC has released recently for the dual degrees. Why dual degrees? Because when they are studying master's degree in one subject, they can go for other professional degree in another subject like law or computer proficiency or any other kind of things which are actually, which makes them to perfect themselves as professionals, particularly like MA LLB, MA BL, and MS Computer Science, or Artificial Intelligence, or e-marketing, or digital marketing, this kind of courses which actually, along with master's degree, if they can go for that particular courses, they will be having competence in particular other professional courses also, so that along with regular master's degree, if they study that particular one, they will be having a competency for other subject, and as and when they complete the master's degree, they will be having some kind of proficiency to establish themselves for a professional job orientation, and also for establishing some entrepreneurship. This is what actually, that kind of dual degrees and digital education is also very important. Mizoram University has started more than 35 online courses in the last 1 year. So that actually, all of them are actually of competence of professionalism, like cyber security, artificial intelligence, IoT, app development, and e-marketing, digital marketing, and logistic management. This kind of courses we started in online courses along with master's degree. They will be studying these courses also along with that. All the students which has to be provided in all our institutions, we need to provide this kind of dual degrees and also simultaneous online degrees. That will be helpful to the students, that they will be having very good opportunity. The government has, Nagaland government has to insist that the institutions which are being encouraged here, they should have a comprehensive administrative vision for developing the courses which are required for the Nagaland state and also for the students of Nagaland, and also attracting the people from other parts of the country, other parts of the other neighboring countries. That is also very important. Not only catering our students, because Nagaland has to grow along with the students to grow. So this is most important, that the vision of the Nagaland government should also think about this kind of investment opportunities, inviting people from different. Next slide, please go on, moving slide. So these are the various institutions which you can also think of establishing here, and the universities, primary institutions, secondary institutions, deemed universities, technical courses and all these. Please go ahead. Next. Twinning programs, that is, some of the universities, they are providing first year you can study here and you can go for other universities in abroad. So they can go for courses studying there, and they can come back to India and particularly Nagaland, and they can become entrepreneurs. This is what is that we need to target, is the self-sustenance of Nagaland state has to be looked after by through the education which we are providing to the student. Just providing the education is not important. The students who are being trained here, they should become themselves as enlightened children, and they should come back and work in Nagaland to develop the entrepreneurship here and establishing industries in Nagaland. This is what the vision of government has to be aligned with the education system. This is very important, that just for educational development, it will not be sufficient. Anybody will come and organize the institutions here. But what is that government is going to think of this is how the state has to be developed, how sustainable development of the state will be coming. This is what actually state has to be planned. So what is that the students who are going out and training themselves, and they are getting back to Nagaland and establish their entrepreneurs here, entrepreneurships here, ventures here, and government should provide an opportunity for them to establish small scale industries, and that particular one will be definitely providing good opportunity for employment in Nagaland. This is what actually has to be thought. This kind of training programs are very much useful, to go abroad and study and get trained yourself and come back to here. This is what my intention is. And foreign investment is very, very important, that because in our country, if investors are not coming forward, Nagaland is a beautiful place with a beautiful environment without any pollution. So you can attract even global advertisement, global invitation you can give for foreign investors, foreign universities to come here and establish here. That quality education will come when you are inviting people from that, and you should make some benchmarks for the education here. Government honorable advisor has to think of making some benchmarks. You need to have some benchmark. What is the kind of land they have to establish, and what kind of facilities has to be established, and what kind of quality people has to be given, and what kind of laboratory facilities has to be given, what kind of infrastructure we need to provide. So these benchmarks has to be set up for the people who are coming for investment here. Just taking one rented building and starting a university will never possible to develop education in Mizoram or Nagaland. This is what I was telling. You need to have a quality benchmarks are very important. So university should be a global university, and people should be attracted for this. Don't encourage any universities which are started in rented building. So this is very important. At least minimum 20 to 30 crores of investment which is going to be done by an institution. That is very important, that kind of quality institution has to be encouraged here. And state benefits actually, next slide you can go. I think previous slides I think you have passed on to several slides. State benefits taxation. This taxation system actually has to be planned. Initially, any institution which is coming to Nagaland should be given minimum 100% tax relief, at least for 5 years. This is very important, sir. 100% tax relief should be given at least for 5 years. This is then because then after that you can increase the tax. Maybe initially 10%, then 20%, then to 50%. You can go for that. So up to 30 to 40% taxation you can increase after 10 years. Then only it will be very easy to that you can attract many good investors to come here. So tax system is very easy, and foreign investors also could be provided. And this is very important that the jurisdiction of the particular courses, particularly if you are going to start digitalized education, there are certain rules that we should not go beyond Nagaland. But online education has no jurisdiction. You can go to globally, any country in the world, you can get the students. We are getting students from Africa, Asia, and many other countries in online education. We don't have any restriction. Online education, if you are going to start distance mode, that is having a restriction that it should be in Nagaland. So we are having high competent students from different parts of the country. In last just 1 year, we got more than 2,500 students admitted in online education. And more than 10 to 20% of the students are from different parts of the country, world. Actually, we had students in our courses because we started the courses which are very high professional value, like logistic and customer management, entrepreneurship, IoT, and artificial intelligence, cyber security. This kind of courses we started online education. That is very important. The quality of courses which we are allowing the universities to establish here, institutions to establish here, the quality mandate also has to be set by the government of Nagaland. The courses which are very important, which are professionally important, because as Honorable Advisor has just mentioned that lot of mining resource, a lot of mineral resources are available in Nagaland, which are not tapped. As it is 100% correct. But Nagaland has got very vast resources which are not being trapped so far. Government is not in a position to trap them. So the students who are coming as entrepreneurs, mining technology is one of the area, so they should be provided that particular education and they should develop mining technology as one of the entrepreneurship, and they can explore the possibility of various mineral resources which are available in Nagaland. This is very state-owned, state-interested courses has to be involved, and those kind of courses need to be developed. And why Nagaland is a global destination? Nagaland is a state which was already just mentioned by Honorable Advisor that it is almost 60 years and it has been established, and it has got 16,579 square kilometers and population is around 22 lakhs and it is having different 13 districts are the education is one of the primary area that most, as rightly pointed out by him, most of the people are able to speak in English, because if you go to plain area or northern part or southern part, if some people they cannot even speak even a single word of English. But in northeast states, even driver can speak English, servant maid can speak English, and servants can speak English. This is one of the beauty of northeast states, that they are multilingual people. Along with Hindi, English, they will be able to speaking many languages. This is one of the literacy we had. That is one of the biggest scope. At primary level, invitation for kindergarten schools, very important that kindergarten schools are very important, and integrated residential schools are very important. Sports integrate, because these are the sports loving states. So sports integrated schools are very important, that sports should be integral part. Only 40% of the education and remaining 50%, 60% you can give it to sports concentration. A lot of sports people can be developed. These sports integrated schools can be encouraged by the government. And innovative and creative skills, how we develop them in creativity, global competency school, multilingual and technical competency schools. These are the kind of schools you can think of by the government. Technical, establishing high standard secondary schools and colleges, skill-oriented secondary institutions, technology-oriented institutions, and the students from neighboring states. I'm telling, even including my top officers in Mizoram University, they are not keeping their children in Mizoram. They are sending to Chennai, they are sending to Guwahati, and they are going for different kinds of schools which are there in different parts of the country. They are sending their children and getting them educated. So this kind of system is now prevailing because we don't have a proper quality schools here. This is very important, that we need to have schools also very important here, and we should develop very good schools for, because the school base is very important. Specialized courses, paramedical and agriculture courses, because Nagaland people are very good in that particular paramedical courses and specialized courses of hotel management and logistic management, catering technology, under public-private partnership model. This is what I was talking. So government can also think of alternatively inviting the people, not only inviting people, you can also invite them under public-private partnership model. So government can keep 49% or 50% of this share, and remaining 50% can be invested by the other people. Public-private partnership model can also be thought about the government. Expected outcome is development of infrastructure is very high standards, and internationalization of education, which is one of the important mandate of national education policy. Students of Nagaland get exposure for the international student, opportunities for multilingualism, and socio-economic conditions, rapid infrastructure development, because you see how the infrastructure is very important, that the visibility of the state, growth of the state will be definitely dependent on the infrastructure development and the physical and infrastructure facilities which are going to be developed in Nagaland. I was seeing that lot of infrastructure facilities has to be developed here for establishing quality education for the children here in Nagaland. And employment opportunities, at least 10,000 jobs has to be given assurance to the children of Nagaland. This kind of infrastructure has to be developed. This kind of entrepreneurship skills has to be developed. But for that actually abundant natural, what is the strength of Nagaland in doing? Natural resources are very abundant here, and Nagaland has got 1,000 million tons of mining resource. Petroleum and natural gas, 600 tons of resources are there, and it is also having coal mines, more than 50 million tons is available, and these are untapped in Nagaland. And the information technology has got a very good scope here, so the children are very good, so they can be tried here, and in technology parks can be established. This is what e-governance is one of the important, and policy and official incentives we need to give for the particular ventures who are coming here, and good institutional support, because we have very funding resources for Northeast Development, Northeast Council, and Donor Ministry. We have good resources are there. So under this particular PPP model, 3% of the attrition rate you can expect here to growth in this particular one. And under this PPP model, I am also proposing, you can go for another slide. I just wanted that government also think about establishing innovative next slide. You can keep here. So I'm proposing one, that Nagaland State Technological and Innovation Park. So you develop one or two parks like this in different areas in Dimapur and Kohima and other areas, technology and innovation parks. So in that actually you can invite people from different parts of the country in agriculture sector, pharmaceutical sector, chemical sector, and bioresources sector and forestry sector, and you can ask them, you can provide them lease basis 1,500 to 2,000 square meters of land on lease basis, and ask them to invest here. Industry, along with educational and infrastructure, you can also think, because students has to be provided in training for the various practical oriented industries training. So this is not possible because we don't have any industries in Nagaland. Because education sector is linked with the industrial sector. We need to provide at least a minimum establishing 300 to 400 industries in a particular area. In Dimapur area and Kohima area and some other area in Nagaland, you can establish 2-3 parks like this and invite some people to establish technology parks, so that each person can be given 1,500 to 2,000 land area, and they can invite. If you are providing tax benefits to them, many people, hundreds of people will be coming here and establishing themselves. At least for 5 years to 10 years, you need to provide tax benefits. Many people, even from Delhi to Nagaland will come, even from Uttarakhand to here, people will come and establish. What is that benefit you are getting? Your students are getting jobs. Your students are getting opportunity for learning there. So this is what actually benefits has to be looked in a long-term benefits, not just by short-term benefit. So this is what I was telling. So this technology parks, actually what I'm trying to tell you is that there are different areas of the industrial areas. We can establish at 300 acres land or 200 acres land, you can establish 300 industries there, and you can develop one particular park system. The students can go there training. Every year you will be getting, in each park you will be getting minimum 10,000 employment opportunity. And simultaneously the students will be getting training opportunities. So there will not be any employment problem in Nagaland if you are going to think about this. Not only educational institutions, technological innovative parks, IT, agriculture, forestry, and other biopharmaceuticals, and all these resources, industries, if you are inviting from the people by giving tax benefit, that will definitely give a lot of boom for Nagaland to grow. This is what my concept. Just finished my slides. I think with this, I'm almost finished my slides. These are the trust areas I mentioned. And take-home message is Nagaland has got a very good resources, and if government takes initiative, that will be going to be a boom for educational development and infrastructural development and also employment opportunities for the children. Thank you very much, Honorable Advisor and Chairman of the Enclave, for giving me an opportunity to interact here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the interest, the conviction, and also the way forward for the investment in educational sector in Nagaland. With this note, I would like to welcome Dr. Darlando Kating, Vice Chancellor, Northeast Christian University, on the topic Admission Procedure for Joining Higher Educational Institute of Learning. So,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Alam Tamshi, Honorary Advisor Sri K.T. Sukhalu, Honorary Advisor Sri Meadow Yanko, eminent persons on the dais, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, students, and other fellow members are here in the room. The topic I've been given to speak on is on admission procedures. Now, admission procedures is a very large area that one can, because it depends on what institute that you're looking at, it depends on what discipline you're looking at. According to that, they have different ways of admitting students. So, for me, what I'll do is essentially, I'll give some idea of how one can choose and perhaps select or search for institutions that you think will help you in your future career or in your future pursuit of higher education. Because now we know about common exams, that's fine, but then not all universities are under the common exam system. Many are still individual and private. Even here, this conclave that you have, the stalls that you go to, they will also admit you on the spot. That's also admission procedure. You see, usually when you go to such type of education fairs, there's a quota given to the persons who come here. Okay, you get about 20 seats or so, which you can admit on the spot. They'll fill up the forms, pay the fees, and you're admitted. You'll not go to any exam system. That's in many education fairs, that is a system that exists. So even here also, you might find that some of you can get direct admission without going to any exams and such. So these are some of the procedures. Now, what do you see you have exam systems for engineering, for medical. They all have different systems and different forms. You can go to the website, look at that, and that's it. So that's, for me to try and cover all those is not possible at all. As far as higher education in general is concerned, we have heard very often about the common university entrance test that has been coming up. You keep hearing the news. This is now largely for the central universities, not so much for all the other universities. Earlier, that was called SUSED, Central Universities Common Entrance Exam. I happen to be privileged to be one of the pioneers in that exam system since 2010, when about 7 central universities across the country, we joined together, and then we had a common entrance exam. This was to save students from going to a university across the country to several universities and fill up several forms, and then wait for the results from those universities, whether you get or not, and finally might not get and you try again somewhere else. That was one. Sometimes the major universities like JNU and others, they had exam centers across the country, so it was convenient. But still, you had JNU, a separate exam just for JNU. Now, if you do not get there, what happens? You have to try somewhere else, or you have to try sitting simultaneously for many exams. So the common university entrance exam was to get, to avoid this inconvenience to students, that in one exam, all the central universities could be covered. Now, unlike the engineering system where the top people go to the top institutes and such, these exams is actually just the marks that are used in those universities as a merit list marking. So it's not necessarily that just because you got these marks, you'll get only to Delhi University or such. No. you might not want Delhi University. So there in the forms, you'll be opting for some other university. So according to that, you might opt, in a particular form, you might opt for as many as 3 universities, you might opt for as many as 3 subjects, and according to that merit, you have a merit list. So these details, if you go to any, you just Google it out, SUSET or CUET, you'll find, and you get the forms, you can download. The last date for CUET, by the way, has been extended to May 22nd. So please be aware of that. For those who might have missed it, May 22nd is the last date for filling up the forms. Till the last date, they'll still take your forms, okay? This is for Central University, about 45 institutions across the country, including Nagaland University, okay? Of course, when I looked at the site for exam centers for Nagaland University, is not mentioned anywhere. That's something which you need to be aware of. You see, whereas others have, for example, Jharkhand was say in Jamshedpur, one exam center, in Ranchi there's one, in Dhanbad there's one. It says like that. So students will go to that exam center and sit for the exams there. But here it's not mentioned. So just to mention that part, which seems to be missing from, at least from that portal that I looked at, okay? Now, as I said, it's such a vast topic to say, and because there's so many different disciplines, so many institutes, each having their own way of admitting, so you can't cover that. But what I'd like you, especially the students, this is largely for the students who are trying to go for higher education. When you say higher education, normally now we mean after +2, okay? In the new system of the national education policy, it'll be 5 + 3 + 3 + 4 after 15. Okay, that's the new system. The education, the school education has come not just 10 + 2, it's come 5 + 3 + 3 + 4. That's the new, other new education system for schools. So after that, which is still equivalent to your +2, that means 10 + 2, or higher secondary, you go into the college level. Now, under the new education policy, which is now in practice now, which you need to be aware, because this will affect your admission process as well, and where you search and what you want to do. Under the new education system, it is largely multidisciplinary type of education system that will be in practice. That means you might not necessarily stick to just one topic, honors in one topic. You can have as many as 5 different topics or 10 different topics. It's pick and choose, a choice-based credit system. Pick and choose a subject and earn a credit there. See, in our system, we have credit systems. That means 1 credit is equivalent to 15 hours of classes. Now, normally 1 paper will have maybe 4 credits. So 4 credits means 60 hours of teaching in a semester. That's the average that you have. You can have 5 credits also. But so if you take, say, English, now English, there are many papers. 1 paper in English, out of the 5 papers maybe, or 4 papers, you get 20 credits in that paper, or you get 4 credits in that paper. In a semester, that means half a year, you can build up as many as 20 credits. So in a year, you build up 40 credits. So under the system that you have now in existing, the new education policy, in a year, you get minimum of 40 credits. So if you have, in 3 years, 120 credits. So if you earn 120 credits, you get a degree. That's the system now, okay? Now I'm stressing it as a credit, the word credit. Okay, because now, under new system, if you go for any studies, if you complete 1 year of undergraduate studies, that means you go first year BA, say, and you don't want to continue after 1 year, you get a certificate. You get a certificate, you can go, but you get a certificate. After 2 years, you want to go, you get a diploma. You get a diploma. On a new system, you get a diploma. Okay? After 3 years, which is normal BA duration, you get a degree. On a new system, you can also have a 4-year BA degree. On a new system, you can have a 4-year BA degree and a 1-year MA. You can have a 3-year BA degree and a 2-year MA. You can have a 5 years integrated BA and MA. That means you sit for 5 years, you don't move from the institute at all, and continue 5 years. At the end of that, you get both an MA and a BA after 5. That's called integrated. These are the different systems in existence. Okay, so please be aware of this now, because when you're starting to apply for programs, you need to know. That is one, the credit system, and you can choose, pick and choose. This credit system is extremely important, because now when you build up the credit, it's like getting money. I earn money and I keep it in the bank. So under the new education system, there's an academic credit bank. It's academic credit bank that is there now existing in the country. Okay, so if you study even for one semester and you get 20 credits, and even after one semester, it means half a year, you don't even complete 1 year, but those 20 credits, you register yourself into a national credit bank, your credits will be deposited there. It will be uploaded there. After 1 year, even half a year, even 2 years, you want to continue your studies, you go to university and institutions, you continue, then you earn some more credits. Those credits are in the bank, you can add them. They accumulate. So in principle, you can, after 1 year, you've got 40 credits, you go on sabbatical or go on a world tour or whatever, come back, after 1 year, go again, then you get another 40 credits, then you go again for holiday for 6 months, or go for earning a job or do some work, something, come back. So as long as it's in the bank, it's like you have a deposit in the bank. The money is there, it's a fixed deposit like a thing. It's no interest, but it's there. So when you feel like, you come back, so now say you've got 100 credits. But for a degree, I need 120 credits. As I said, 40, 3 years. For a degree, you need 120 credits. And already I built up 100 credits in that bank, my credit bank, which is a national government bank, okay, this is a credit bank. So I go into an institution, as I see, I want to attend 1 semester with you to earn this 20 credits. The institution will open its doors for you. And then when you complete that, that institution will give you a degree against that institution's name, adding those 100 credits that you had in the bank. So this is a new system that you have. Okay? So it's very flexible, very flexible. The new system of education also now is you have to acquire a skill. Now, earlier we didn't bother about this ITIs and polytechnics and all these type of things, but now you have to bother about them. All the universities and all have to bother about them, because they will also be given a credit against what they learned, and you have to count those credits as well. And now it'll be mandatory even for you, if you go for BA or MA, especially for BA undergraduate, you have to simultaneously acquire a skill that is there. Which means if you're choosing an institute now, anywhere in the country, make sure that you also have access to good skill training, because that skill is what will take you up in your life. You've got your BA, your knowledge and such, but the skill is important. And that's the stress of the new education policy as well. So when you're looking for admissions, again, the same thing. How do you go about it? Look for these where you can get good skill training nearby. You can say, oh, I want to go automobile skill training, but there's no automobile skill training nearby. Then what do? You can do for your normal theory here in Nagaland or elsewhere, but you can't go for automobile unless you go to Chennai or somewhere. Then they might have a good automobile skill training exposure. So you need to look for that as well. So when you're searching for what you want to do, where you want to go, where you want to be admitted, these are things that you need to necessarily look for now. Okay? The one that Professor Samasiva mentioned about is the dual degree. The dual degree is different from what we called as twinning degree. Earlier we have twinning, but now under new policies of the government of India, you can do 2 degrees at the same time. I can do 2 BAs at the same time. You say, I can go for BA, I go for admission to BA here at Nagaland University, or at the same time I'm doing my BA here at Nagaland University, or any college in Nagaland, I can do another BA at the same time. The government allows that, UGC allows that now. That's a new policy, okay? So you have that flexibility. Of course, there are practical limitations there. For example, it says you can go for both contact mode, that means offline mode, if the timetable so fits in the same institution. Otherwise, you go for one contact mode in the institution, that means classes, contact classes, and the other one online. Online can be with that institute, online can be with any institute anywhere in the country, in the world also. Okay, so, but that is allowed now. That is allowed now. Okay, so when you are looking for places, don't say, oh, what to do? I want to do this subject, but I can't, so I'm forced to study here. Okay, do that. But remember, you also have the option to study elsewhere online, and that degree is recognized as of now by the UGC. Okay, so this is the the flexibility that you now is available to you. So look for that. Be aware of these new policies. Don't just keep staying the old. When my elder brother or my parents are studying this way. No, now it's completely new. It's overhauled completely. Okay, so that's the type of openings that you have now. So so what I'd like to share is these type of the new education policy that is there. Be aware of this. If you're aware of this, you'll also know then how to search for anything around the country, around the world also. Then how to go seek admissions, because they'll have their own procedures. Each will have their own procedure. That's why one cannot just talk of just one procedure as given my topic here for my discussion. But this will have, but be aware of what is available, what is the existing education system now, so that you can do that. Just to divert, as far as this conclave is concerned, Edu Connect, a lot of institutions have come. You'll see them there, and I'm so happy to be participating in this, to be able to meet with those institutions. And these institutions are coming forward to offer good opportunities for people from Nagaland to study quality education elsewhere. At the same time, we're concerned that in the Northeast we don't have higher education institutions of quality, and we need to establish more, and so you need to invest here. So I would suggest even that when these institutions are looking for students to take out again from Nagaland, why not perhaps spend some time to interact with existing institutions in Nagaland to collaborate with them. See, for example, I'm looking after the Northeast Christian University. I'd be happy to have any of them come. I'll offer my master's degrees or BA degree contact mode. How about the online they offer? And then my students who are from here can go there for practicals someday and get good quality education there also. So that's a tie-up. And that's a win-win situation, because they still get the students, they still get the revenue, but then it helps our students without having to go all the way there. They're studying here. It's online mode for many of things. Of course, for engineering and such, you need contact mode, but that's where one can work out. We have good institutions here, engineering as well. NIT is here, others are here. Nagaland University has. How about with those as well? So if you have that, and when you're building up, the basics here itself, and that way our youth will be much better benefited rather than a few going out. As per what I understand, the statistics recently, I think last month or so, there are about 33,000 students from Nagaland studying in the colleges, and about 35,000 students of Nagaland studying outside the Northeast. So imagine, why are they going out there? But now when we're doing this connect, how about connecting not just with the students, connect with the institutions, and then let's work hand in hand to build up a better Nagaland and better education system here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. On this note, I would like to invite Professor Dr. B. Sendil Kumar, the Dean of Elite Health Sciences, Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, deemed to be university, to enlighten us on the opportunities for allied health science courses.
With this note, so you may take your time.
Good morning, one and all present on the dais and off the dais. I am Dr. B. Sendil Kumar, Dean and Director of Allied Health Sciences, Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation, deemed to be University, Salem, Tamil Nadu. As mentioned by Honorable Advisor Sri Mehta Yoka, there are 24.7 unemployability can easily answered if the right courses that has a great demand globally, like Allied Health Sciences, if you have chosen the right path, we can strongly and confidently assure that 2,152 students that have chosen science streams in Nagaland can also be placed in higher position if they have taken a healthcare sector, if they choose any of the medical or allied health science courses. I think you can see the video. I think the video is playing there. Is it? Yes? Yeah. So, you know that the awareness is very low even in these posters of this Edu Connect conclave. Doesn't show any of allied health science courses. So, we are here to create awareness among the students and all the officials to create the awareness about the allied health sciences. Nothing but the allied health sciences, they be allied with the medical care professionals. Most of people knows about the medical and dental and pharmacy, nursing and physiotherapy. Apart from that, there are 56 professions which has been lined with the Allied Health Council, which has been established by the Government of India. It has been gazetted last year, March 2021. And where you can choose as a 56 professionals where you can have a 100% employability in India and global. As rightly said by the Professor Dr. Samba Sivarao and Vice Chancellor Northeastern University, the national education policy says like, no, you can take up a dual degree. In the dual degree, you can take up allied health science one stream, and you can take up a hospital management another stream. Like, no, you can take up dual courses where you can have a administrating capacity as well as you'll have a medical capacity. And you know that the new education policy says like, no, industry oriented, because there is huge gap between the academia and industry, where you can connect the both academic industry by doing industry offered courses, industry oriented courses, industry design courses. You can do that by you can close the gap between the academia and industry. As well, like, no, we need to start the education from the primary, that is school education itself. So like, no, that Government of India has come up with the one scheme called the Institution Innovation Council. It's a Ministry of Human Resources and Ministry of Education's initiative, where they have started with the Atal Tinkering Lab. So it's called the Atal Tinkering Lab, where that higher education institutions can go for a mentoring the schools, because most of the school children know they are very much innovators and know they think in a higher level than the others. So probably like, they've started with a scheme called Atal Tinkering Lab, where you can mentor the school childrens, and you can make them as innovators. You can make them as startups and entrepreneurs. So probably like, you know, that advisor can think of Institution Innovation Council establishment in the school educations also. Coming back to the AHS, the importance of allied health profession in Nagaland. As per the like, no, statistics in the 2020 by the Rural Health Statistics, there are 236 specialties, 1,100 medical officers, 3,520 paramedics, and 5,342 staff nurses, and 7,720 ANMs have been augmented under National Health Mission. But in reality, allied health professionals are well trained. The number of medical officers and the specialties can also be replaced by allied health professionals to meet the need and primary health care and sub-center levels. So like, no, I would like to give some few glimpses of allied health sciences. Like, no, probably like, no, I can tell about few programs where like, as rightly said by Professor Sampaseva Rao sir, like, we are shifting the patients for the cardiac arrest or heart attack. We are shifting the patient through air ambulance to Chennai or Vellore or something like. So before that, we need to do some kind of basic first aid. Correct. So basic first aid. So the ACLS, like, no, we need to have a BLS, basic life support program, and cardiac life support program. So this emergency and trauma care technology students, that is one of the allied health professions where they can do this kind of basic life support to the patients. You can, because the golden hour is the main thing. So like, no, this paramedical emergency trauma care technology students can do this, and maybe they'll be helpful in this kind of northeastern area where you can do the basic life support. From there, we can shift the patient to the respective areas. And you have one more program called the cardiac technology, where this cardiac technology will be working under the general medicine or cardiologist, where they'll do all kind of ECG, echo, and treadmill, all those things. Like, they'll be assisting the doctors, and no, they'll be doing all kind of activities. Even the angioplasty can be done by this cardiovascular technician. Like this, we have 56 professions in allied health science educations, which is explored in this region. And the importance of allied health science education in northeastern India. So there are few colleges that allied health sciences in northeast India. Yeah. So there are few colleges that run allied health sciences in northeast India, but number of seats enrolled are much lesser than intake plan. So there is lack of awareness about the demand for allied health science courses among the students, leading to this unfilled seats. So we are here for a couple of days, and we can create the awareness among these allied health science professions. So probably tomorrow we'll have a detailed discussion about this allied health sciences. And thanks for the opportunity. Have a good day.
It is here that we take the opportunity for the Vinayaka Mission Group of Institutions, Salem, Tamil Nadu, to acknowledge and show their gratitude. So as I call out the name, may I request Sri Medohyoka, Honorable Advisor, Technical Education and Elections, Government of Nagaland, to kindly receive this on behalf of the Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, next, Sri K.T. Sukalu, Honorable Advisor, SC and SCERT, Government of Nagaland. Sir. Sri Alamtem Shri Jamir, IS retired, Chief Executive Officer, IDEN. Professor K.R.S. Sambasiva Rao, Vice Chancellor, Mizoram University. Dr. Darlando Kating, Vice Chancellor, Northeast Christian University. Sri Rennie Wilfred, IS, Joint Secretary, IDEN. Thank you, sir. The much-awaited inaugural address will be given by Sri K.T. Sukalu, Honorable Advisor, SC and SCERT, Government of Nagaland. Sir, you may take your time.
Respected Mr. Alam Tamshi, the CEO and the chairperson of this function, my younger brother, Medoyaka, and honorable colleague, Shri Professor Rao, the Vice Chancellor of Mizoram University, and Dr. Kathing, the Vice Chancellor of Northeast Christian University, dignitaries on the dais, officers, and my media friends, not forgetting my school children. I'm grateful to Mr. Alam Tamshi for having taken all the trouble. The Investment Development Board of Nagaland, under his capable leadership, has brought in a lot of investments to the state and a lot of new initiatives. I was very surprised when he called me up that there'll be an Edu Connect, where many other universities from the various parts of the country will be coming in to participate. I'm really grateful to him, and especially I would like to call upon my dear students. I wish your parents were also here. There are many instances where such recruitments, such advertisements are being made in the local media. And many of our students enroll in universities which are not really recognized, institutions which are not recognized, and they come back home. They come back in the universities, they start complaining about scholarships and the various other problems. But today, it is a very good opportunity for the young students. Now this initiative has been brought to your doorstep. And I hope these 2 days, you will take interest. You should not shy away from asking questions from the various representatives across the country who have come here today. The various universities, the various institutes, the mode of recruitment, the mode of, the scholarships that you can avail for your for your studies. One thing I'll tell you before I come to the main speech. In Europe, in America, children, after the age of 18 years, they are normally supposed to start working. And they work at the same time, they take student loan from the government. My nephew was studying in Australia. He studied in Australia, he took a student loan. At the same time, he was working. And once you take a student loan, you also work and then you start repaying your loan, which, the rate of interest, I would not say how it is, but I'm sure, as you interact with the various university representatives, institutes who are here, please see that you get the opportunity to know more about your future. Nagas are very talented. As spoken by the earlier speakers, we can catch up on any language very easily. We speak good English. We are well aware of all things that's happening across the world. But then I find, as the advisor of school education, I have seen children are studying without really knowing what potential they have. You all have a lot of potential in you, but it seems you are unable to discover what you can be and what you can do. I've seen many young boys and girls, good friends, going together, studying together, sharing their, bench together, playing together, going out together. When one friend wants to study one particular subject, the other friend may not really be interested in that subject, but will follow his or her friend and study, take up that subject, or go to that college, or go to that university without actually knowing what strength you have in you. So I'm happy that this Edu Connect is a great opportunity for our boys and girls to interact and to know the wider, prospects that you have for your future. Education sector is a dynamic and prolific. As society and civilization becomes more complex and sophisticated, there are increasing areas of academic and career specialization, leading to increasingly specialized field of study in various institutions and universities across the country. However, the growth and diversifications have not had equitable reach, either geographically or in terms of awareness. Thus, this is especially true in our state, Nagaland. There is a need to address these challenges, as a lack of awareness should not lead to the loss of opportunity for our students. It is important that proper information, knowledge about the educational institutions of choice, and customized information access to a wide array of educational institutions from across India at a single platform to explore and exercise options is made available to our students. As mentioned earlier, my dear students, please do not shy away. When I was in Delhi, we were invited by the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister who looks after school education. We went around the Delhi schools, which I'm sure you have seen in the TVs, which is regularly, telecast. Young children, age of 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, they have such confidence in talking to strangers like us, coming from Nagaland, coming from the northeast. Some may never have seen a Naga. But when we went to the classrooms, they had the confidence to ask questions. They had the confidence to tell the problems. They had the confidence to tell us why they are interested to come to school. It seems earlier such was not the condition. But after the initiatives taken by the Delhi government, especially in the education sector, the confidence that the children had, the potential they really exposed, and I was surprised. Very young children, 7, 8, 9 years old girls and boys, talking to us with confidence. Of course, it was in Hindi, and we speak Nagamese, which is a mixture of Assamese, Bengali, Hindi, so we get a grasp of what they are trying to tell us. So my dear students, I am again reminding you, please do not be shy in asking questions. It may sound foolish to someone, it may sound a bit silly, but you get to know the opportunities. I had just inaugurated the pavilion here. More are coming in, and I was surprised that many states, institutions, and the university representatives are here. So please take this opportunity. The first Nagaland Education Connect conclave organized by Investment Development Authority of Nagaland in association with the Northeast Education Council at the Capital Convention Center, Kohima, is a step towards facilitating educational interface between top colleges, institutes, and universities in India and the students in Nagaland. See, my dear friends, generally the tendency of our Naga boys and girls are either Delhi, either Shillong, either Guwahati, few down south. But no, there are various good institutions across the country. Now we have, it all here. It's up to you how you connect. It is the first of its kind in the state, a wide spectrum of colleges, institutes, and universities from across India. They have already set up their stalls at the venue. In addition to enabling the participating students to explore and get simplified access to information about various colleges, institutes, and universities of the courses offered, facilities available, fee structure and admission procedure, educational loan and scholarship on offer from various exhibition stalls set up at the venue. It is hoped that this event will serve as an enabling springboard for potential investment in the state, in the education sector. Such investment will not only bring quality education on our doorstep, but will be mutually beneficial for both the investor and the student community, as also the state as a whole. As mentioned earlier by our CEO and the chairperson of today's function, we need to carry forward this. But today is the first of its kind. I hope that the response from the various institutions in our state who are represented here by their students and teachers today will pay more attention and participate well, so that, as suggested and proposed by the CEO and the chairperson of today's function, we can organize such, conclave again, so that you get to know what you want to be. Like I said, you all have certain quality in you. We all Nagas have very good qualities in us. Today, don't think that Nagaland is only the playground. India is there. The world is there. If you really want to pursue a career, be it in, in science, be it in the medical, be it in any course that you would like to be, I'm confident that you all can shine. You all can be successful in life. Don't think only of government jobs in Nagaland. You are all aware now. Every government job will be through the competitive exams. No more direct appointments. But I would advise my young boys and girls, my students, don't look only at Nagaland. Look at the world. Look at India. I've seen our Naga friends from Manipur. They're all over the country. Wherever you go south, go, west, go to the central part, go to the north, you will see the commitment they have. They study, they work, they study, they work, and they make a life. So the challenge is open to you all young people. Please take advantage of this. And I really would like to thank Mr. Anantamshi again for having organized this. And of course, not forgetting the Northeast Education Council for being a part of this. I wish you all the best in your further deliberations. Thank you.
Taking the word of encouragement and motivation, we have come to the end of the first inaugural session. And with that note, I would like to encourage everyone in this room to give a collective round of applause for the inaugural session shared by all our dignitaries here in this room and for your wonderful presence. May I encourage the students to continue to stay as we will be showing the scholarships for students and a session on the Japanese language and the opportunities that would be showcased. And may I encourage our volunteers and our officers to lead our dignitaries and our officers towards a break. Thank you, everyone, and we look forward to seeing you at 2 o'clock. A light refreshments is prepared for the dignitaries, and in the room, may I encourage everyone to be led and to please follow. If there's anything that you wish to know or would like to get in touch, you're most welcome to come and get in touch with us, and encouraging everyone to visit the stalls. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Rajiv-san, for your kind introduction. It's my great pleasure, privilege an honor to be here to interact with you all in this very auspicious occasion. I'd like to thank the organizer for accepting our presence here in this very special occasion.
May I request the students to continue
Let me
remaining
just,
in their
talk
chairs
about
as we
India
are
and
preparing
Japan
for the video
relations,
that we will be
future
showing you.
prospects,
May I request the
as well
students
as
to please stay
some
back.
career potentials that you, the young Indians in this, particularly in this Northeast region, will have with Japan. Let me just share my screen to start my presentation. My title here is Look East, Not West, Act Global, and the critical importance of Indo-Japanese bond. So let me just start by showing the world map from the global standard, which you're very much familiar with. And Japan looks like very far away from the United States, but that is not really true. In our perspective, Japan is much, much closer to the United States, just like you see this. This is another world map from a different angle. Now you see Japan is in between the United States of America and India, and Japan is closer to the western coast of the United States than to the Europe. So it's a totally different perspectives. And I like to show you another important difference between India and Japan, which is demography. In the year 2020, India's population looking like this. If you're not very much familiar with this visual, the blue color represents boys, the yellow color represents girls, and the bottom line is 0 age, the new baby born, and top line here is the 100-year-old people. So every 5-year step here, the bar showing the number of population. So India naturally is a very young population, a young country. Now I show you in the year 2050, almost 30 years from now, how India will look like. India will look like that. Just imagine after 30 years, how old you will be. And population-wise, 138 crore to become projected as 164 crores, maybe. And this is far biggest in the whole world. So within even less than 5 years from today, India will become the most populated country in the whole world. Now, look at Japan, how it looks, totally different. Japan in the year 2020 was looking like this. And in the year 2050, it is projected to look like this. Look at that. See, too much of the aged people here and too less of the younger generation here. See, please don't ask me why it's so. There are some other issues that I need to talk about. By the way, population-wise, 13 crore to become even less than 11 crores, maybe less. So this is a real big issue for Japan. So desperately, Japan is in need of young manpower like you, where no robotics or AI can replace humans. So this is a very important, different perspective between India and Japan. Now, let me just talk quickly about Industry 4.0 and beyond that. See, Industry 4.0 refers to the combination of several major technology innovations, all maturing. It's my great pleasure, privilege, at the same time that is expected to be here significantly shift the landscape of the manufacturing industry today. Occasion. And I'd like to thank technologies such as robotics, artificial intelligence, our sophisticated sensors, cloud computing, and big data analytics. Very special. All exist in manufacturing today. Let me just talk about India and Japan relations, the future prospects and virtual worlds, as well as and transform the industry. Career potential. This is the very basic that and you the young
explanation
Indians
about
Industry
in
4.0,
this,
which we
particularly
are
in this northeast
experiencing
region,
as of
will
today.
have with Japan.
So as you see,
Let
the
me
first
just,
industrial revolution
share my
in
screen
18th century,
to
second
start my
one,
presentation.
19th century, third one, 20th
My title
century,
here is
and now
Look
we are in
East,
the fourth.
Northwest,
In the
Act
United States
Global,
of, in the United
and the
States of
critical
America, there
importance
is marketing
of Indo-Japanese
4.0.
bond.
The marketing 1.0
let me
was a
just
product
start
driven marketing.
by
Marketing
showing
2.0 was
the
a
world map
customer-centric
from
marketing.
the global
Marketing
standard,
3.0 was
you're very much
human-centric
familiar with.
marketing, and
Japan
marketing
looks like
4.0
very
is
far
a
away from
marketing
the United
approach
States,
that
but
combines
that is not
online
really
and
true.
offline interaction
In
between
our
companies and
perspective,
customers. And after
Japan is
COVID-19,
much,
this
much
has
closer to the
extended
United
to
States, just
the
like
next will be
India will look
Society
like that.
5.0.
Just imagine
a
after 30
human-centered
years
society that
how old
balances
you will be.
economic advancement
And
with a resolution of social
population-wise,
problems by a system that highly
138
integrates
crores
cyberspace
to become
and physical space.
projected as
So this is the image of society
164 crores,
1.0,
maybe.
2.0,
And this is
3.0,
far biggest in the whole
4.0,
world. So
and
within
the new
even less than 5 years from
5.0.
today, India will become the
The
most
Society 5.0
populated country in
achieves
the
a
whole
high
world.
degree of convergence between
look at Japan,
cyberspace or
how
virtual
it looks.
space
Totally
and
different.
physical space or real space.
Japan India 2020 was
The huge
looking
amount
like
of
this,
information from
and India
sensors
2050
in physical
it is
space
projected to look like
is going
this.
to be
Look at that.
accumulated in
See,
cyberspace.
too much
In
of the
cyberspace,
aged people
this big
here,
data is being
and too
analyzed
less
by
of
artificial
the younger
intelligence,
generation.
and the
here.
analysis results
Please
are
don't
fed
ask
back to humans
me why
in physical space in various forms. So things and systems are all connected in cyberspace, and optimal results obtained by AI exceeding the capabilities of humans are fed back to physical space. So this is again Society 4.0, the information society image, visual image is like this. The upper side is cyberspace, the bottom side is physical space. And then in the Society 5.0, it will look like this, all integrated, one another. Okay. Society 5.0 would also contribute to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, established by the United Nations. If you know this, you know, the goal is 2030, only 7.5 years to go. Japan aims to become the first country in the world to achieve a human-centered society, which is 5.0, in which anyone can enjoy a high quality of life full of vigor. It intends to accomplish this by incorporating advanced technologies in diverse industries and social activities, and fostering innovation to create some new values. So example of some new values are introduced by the Japanese government in mobility, healthcare, caregiving, manufacturing, agriculture, food processing, disaster prevention, and energy conservation. If you are interested, please take a look at this website. So the visual image of Society 5.0 is as shown in the center circle. The 3-generation family living with a pet and a robot together. And this pet may be another robot, possibly. Now, let me just talk about Japan-India Summit 2022. Just happened 2 months ago, March 19, under the Partnership for Peaceful, Stable, and Prosperous Post-COVID World. Japan and India have become special, strategic, and global partnerships. So it's no longer a bilateral relations anymore. And the joint statements said many, many points, but some highlights are like this. The two prime ministers expressed their shared intention to realize Japanese yen 5 trillion for the public and private investment and financing from Japan in the next 5 years. And one more important highlight is the growing cooperation, under the Japan-India Digital Partnership with a view to enhancing digital economy. And there is a mention that Indian IT professionals to work in Japan. So if some of them are in the IT sector, you are very welcome to Japan, because our shortage of manpower is so big. Suzuki has already announced to invest in India 10,445 crores in EV, the electric vehicle in the coming years. And there are 12 Japan industrial township have been established nationwide in India. And there will be a 13th coming up in Northeast region as well. There is one more important alliance here. The 4 countries Quad is being really intensified. So, the United States, Australia, India, and Japan has formed Quad, right? One thing very important for you to know. Here, the Dr. Subramanian Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister of India, is here on the left. Have you known that Mrs. Kyoko Jaishankar, the wife of the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, is a Japanese wife, Japanese lady. They've got 3 kids already. So it's a really Indo-Japan bonding. It's a great proof of strong bonding between India and Japan with respect and trust. Now, I showed you this population pyramid in 2050. So Japan is in desperate need of young manpower like you welcoming to Japan. Some of the shortage of workforce is like this. Even before COVID-19, there are such number of shortages were recorded, especially in the nursing care and service sectors. Okay, this will only grow even after the COVID-19. Demand for non-Japanese, foreign engineers are increasing. Almost 8 lakh of software engineers are in short by the year 2030. So that's a big demand for IT engineers to Japan. If you want to know what kind of average salary annually, income will be like this, just for your information. This is just the first year. If you are performing well, you get more. Even a programmer, just simple programmer, can earn as much as nearly 16 lakhs per annum in Japan. And if you're an AI engineer, you'll get close to 40 lakhs annually in Japan. This is just for your information. And this year, 2022, is a very special year for us, for both of us, because we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between the 2 countries. So you will see many more functions going on during the course of this year. So now my suggestion to you all, there is a huge potential in employment opportunities in Japan or at Japanese companies worldwide. So start learning Japanese language today, because in Japan, not many people are speaking English. Speaking English like me can be found only 1 out of 100. So you need to speak their language, Japanese. And it will take 2 to 3 years for you to reach an employable level in proficiency in Japanese language. So my suggestion is like this. Now, finally, I'd like to share with you, we are living in a VUCA world, VUCA, V-U-C-A, full of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And somebody has made a solution under this fragile society to become an agile society. Yes, you need to have a vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. In my version, just some modification I made, you need to have a clear vision, deep understanding, and instead of clarity, you need to have a courage or guts to change yourself or enter into a new field. And instead of agility, I put adaptability to the changes. So my solution is how to survive in a VUCA world with volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. You need to have a very clear vision, deep understanding, courage to change, and adaptability to the changes of your environment. Okay? So let's build a very solid partnership for our prosperous and peaceful future together. We can do that. Thank you for your attention and good luck to you all. Thank you. Japanese lady. They've got 3 kids already. So it's a really Indo-Japan bonding. It's a great proof of strong bonding between India and Japan with respect and trust. Now, I showed you this population pyramid in 2050. So Japan is in desperate need of young manpower like you welcoming to Japan. Some of the shortage of workforce is like this. Even before COVID-19, there are such number of shortages were recorded, especially in the nursing care and service sectors. Okay? This will only grow even after the COVID-19. Demand for non-Japanese, foreign engineers are increasing. Almost 8 lakh of software engineers are in short by the year. Big demand for IT engineers to Japan. If you want to know what kind of other and industry society, then society 4.0, which is that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space. So this is the image of society 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and the new 5.0. The society 5.0 achieves a high degree of convergence between cyberspace or virtual space and physical space or real space. The huge amount of information from sensors in physical space is going to be accumulated in cyberspace. In cyberspace, this big data is being analyzed by artificial intelligence, and the analysis results are fed back to humans.
Check this. Check.
So things and systems are all connected in cyberspace, and optimal results obtained by AI, including the capabilities of humans, are fed back to space. So this is our game. Society 4.0, the information society, visual images like this. The upper side is cyberspace, the bottom side is physical space. And then in the society 5.0, it will look like this, all integrated, one another. Okay. Society 5.0 would also contribute to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, established by the United Nations. If you know this, you know the goal is 2030, only 7.5 years to go. Japan aims to become the first country in the world to achieve a human-centered society, which is 5.0, in which anyone can enjoy a high quality of life full of vigor. It intends to accomplish this by incorporating advanced technologies in diverse industries and social activities, and fostering innovation to create some new values. So examples of some new values are introduced by the Japanese government in mobility, healthcare, caregiving, manufacturing, agriculture, food processing, disaster prevention, and energy conservation. If you are interested, please take a look at this website. So the visual image of Society 5.0 is as shown in the center circle. The three-generation family living with a pet and a robot together. And this pet may be another robot, possibly. Now, let me just talk about Japan-India Summit 2022. Just happened 2 months ago, March 19th. Under the Partnership for Peaceful, Stable, and Prosperous Post-COVID world. Japan and India have become special, strategic, and global partnership. So it's no longer a bilateral relations anymore. And the joint statement said many points, but some highlights are like this. The two prime ministers expressed their shared intention to realize Japanese yen 5 trillion for public and private investment and financing from Japan in the next 5 years. And one more important highlight is the growing cooperation with Japan under the Japan-India Digital Partnership with a view to enhancing digital economy. And there is a mention that Indian IT professionals to work in Japan. So if you some of them are in the IT sector, you are very welcome to Japan, because our shortage of manpower is so big. Suzuki has already announced to invest in India 10,445 crores in EV, the electric vehicles in the coming years. And there are 12 Japan industrial townships have been established nationwide in India, and there will be a 13th coming up in Northeast region as well. There is one more important alliance here,
the four countries quad is being really intensified. You know, the United States, Australia, India, and Japan formed quad. You know one thing very important for you to know. Here, the Dr. Subramanian Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister of India, is here on the left. Have you known that Mrs. Kyoko Jaishankar, the wife of the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, is a Japanese wife, Japanese lady. They have got 3 kids already. So it's a really Indo-Japan bonding. It's a great proof of strong bonding between India and Japan with respect and trust. Now, I showed you this population statistic. So Japan is in desperate need of young manpower like you to Japan. Some of the shortage of workforce is like this. Even before COVID-19, there are such number of shortages were recorded, especially in the nursing care and service sectors. Okay? This will only grow even after the COVID-19. Demand for non-Japanese, foreign engineers are increasing. Almost 8 lakh of software engineers are in short by the year 2030. So that's a big demand for IT engineers to Japan. If you want to know what kind of average salary annually, income will be like this. Just for your information. This is just the first year. If you are performing well, you get more. Even a programmer, just simple programmer, can earn as much as nearly 16 lakhs per annum in Japan. And if you're a AI engineer, you will get close to 40 lakhs annually in Japan. This is just for your information. And this year, 2022, is a very special year for us, for both of us, because we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between the two countries. So you will see many more functions going on during the course of this year. So now, my suggestion to you all, there is a huge potential in employment opportunities in Japan or at Japanese companies worldwide. So start learning Japanese language today, because in Japan, not many people are speaking English. Speaking English like me can be found only 1 out of 100. So you need to speak their language, Japanese. And it will take 2 to 3 years for you to reach an employable level in proficiency in Japanese language. So my suggestion is like this. Now finally, I'd like to share with you, we are living in a VUCA world, VUCA, V-U-C-A, full of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And somebody has made a solution under this fragile society to become an agile society. Yes, you need to have a vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. In my version, just some modification I made, you need to have a clear vision, deep understanding, and instead of clarity, you need to have a courage or guts to change yourself or enter into new field. And instead of agility, I put adaptability to the changes. So my solution is how to survive in a VUCA world with volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. You need to have a very clear vision, deep understanding, courage to change, and adaptability to the changes of your environment. Okay? So, let's build a very solid partnership for our prosperous and peaceful future together. We can do that. Thank you for your attention, and good luck to you all. Thank you. Thank you, Rajiv-san, for your kind introduction. It's my great pleasure, privilege, and honor to be here to interact with you all in this very auspicious occasion. I'd like to thank the organizer for accepting our presence here in this very special occasion. Let me just talk about India and Japan relations, future prospects, as well as some career potentials that you, the young Indians in this, particularly in this Northeast region, will have with Japan. Let me just share my screen to start my presentation. My title here is Look East, Not West, Act Global, and the critical importance of Indo-Japanese bond. So let me just start by showing the world map from the global standard, which you're very much familiar with. And Japan looks like very far away from the United States, but that is not really true. In our perspective, Japan is much, much closer to the United States, just like you see this. This is another world map from a different angle. Now you see, Japan is in between the United States of America and India, and Japan is closer to the western coast of the United States than Europe. So it's a totally different perspectives. And I like to show you another important difference between India and Japan, which is demography. India 2020, India's population looking like this. If you're not very much familiar with this visual, the blue color represents boys, the yellow color represents girls, and the bottom line is 0 age, a new baby born, and top line here is the 100-year-old people. So every 5-year step here, the bar showing the number of population. So India naturally is a very young population, a young country. Now I show you in the year 2050, almost 30 years from now, how India will look like. India will look like that. Just imagine after 30 years how old you will be. And population-wise, 138 crore to become projected as 164 crore maybe, and this is far biggest in the whole world. So within even less than 5 years from today, India will become the most populated country in the whole world. Now look at Japan, how it looks, totally different. Japan in the year 2020 was looking like this, and in the year 2050 it is projected to look like this. Look at that. See, too much of the aged people here and too less of the younger generation here. Please don't ask me why it's so. There are some other issues that I need to talk about. By the way, population-wise, 13 crore to become even less than 11 crores, maybe less. So this is a real big issue for Japan. So desperately, Japan is in need of young manpower like you, where no robotics or AI can replace humans. So this is a very important, different perspective between India and Japan. Now, let me just talk quickly about Industry 4.0 and beyond that. See, Industry 4.0 refers to the combination of several major technology innovations, all maturing at the same time that is expected to significantly shift the landscape of the manufacturing industry today. And these technologies such as robotics, artificial intelligence, sophisticated sensors, cloud computing, and big data analytics all exist in manufacturing today in some form, but as they integrate with one another, they the physical and virtual worlds will interlink and transform the industry. So this is the very basic and explanation about Industry 4.0, which we are experiencing as of today. So as you see, the first industrial revolution in 18th century, second one, 19th century, third one, 20th century, and now we are in the fourth. In the United States of America, there is the marketing 4.0. The marketing 1.0 was a product-driven marketing. Marketing 2.0 was a customer-centric marketing. Marketing 3.0 was a human-centric marketing, and marketing 4.0 is a marketing approach that combines online and offline interaction between companies and customers. And after COVID-19, this has extended to the online-offline interaction between companies and their employees, even faculties and their students. So marketing 4.0 also blends style with substance in building brands, and ultimately complements machine-to-machine connectivity with human-to-human touch to strengthen customer engagement. So what will be the next beyond Industry 4.0 and Marketing 4.0? Industry 5.0 maybe so, as European Union is talking about. But I'm not going to talk about that. Japan has made a new concept of Society 5.0. That is our new goal. The history has revealed from Society 1.0, hunter-gatherer society, Society 2.0, agrarian or agriculture-based society, and industry society, then Society 4.0, which is information society, where we are living in. So the next will be Society 5.0, a human-centered society that balances economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space. So this is the image of society 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and the new 5.0. The Society 5.0 achieves a high degree of convergence between cyberspace or virtual space and physical space or real space. The huge amount of information from sensors in physical space is going to be accumulated in cyberspace. In cyberspace, this big data is being analyzed by artificial intelligence, and the analysis results are fed back to humans in physical space in various forms. So things and systems are all connected in cyberspace, and optimal results obtained by AI, exceeding the capabilities of humans, are fed back to physical space. So this is again Society 4.0, the information society image, visual image is like this. The upper side is cyberspace, the bottom side is physical space. And then in the Society 5.0, it will look like this, all integrated, one another. Okay. Society 5.0 would also contribute to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, established by the United Nations. If you know this, you know the goal is 2030, only 7.5 years to go. Japan aims to become the first country in the world to achieve a human-centered society, which is 5.0, in which anyone can enjoy a high quality of life full of vigor. It intends to accomplish this by incorporating advanced technologies in diverse industries and social activities, and fostering innovation to create some new values. So examples of some new values are introduced by the Japanese government in mobility, healthcare, caregiving, manufacturing, agriculture, food processing, disaster prevention, and energy conservation. If you are interested, please take a look at this website. So the visual image of Society 5.0 is as shown in the center circle. The three-generation family living with a pet and a robot together. and just pet maybe another robot, possibly. Now, let me just talk about Japan-India Summit 2022. Just happened 2 months ago, March 19th, under the Partnership for Peaceful, Stable, and Prosperous Post-COVID World. Japan and India have become special, strategic, and global partnerships. So it's no longer a bilateral relations anymore. And the joint statement said many points, but some highlights are like this. The two prime ministers expressed their shared intention to realize Japanese yen 5 trillion for the public and private investment and financing from Japan in the next 5 years. And one more important highlight is the growing cooperation under the Japan-India Digital Partnership with a view to enhancing digital economy. And there is a mention that Indian IT professionals to work in Japan. So if some of them are in the IT sector, you are very welcome to Japan, because our shortage of manpower is so big. Suzuki has already announced to invest in India 10,445 crores in EV, the electric vehicle in the coming years. And there are 12 Japan industrial townships have been established nationwide in India, and there will be a 13th coming up in Northeast region as well. There is one more important alliance here. The 4 countries Quad is being really intensified. The United States, Australia, India, and Japan has formed Quad, right? One thing very important for you to know. Here, the Dr. Subramanian Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister of India, is here on the left. Have you known that Mrs. Kyoko Jaishankar, the wife of the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, is a Japanese wife, Japanese lady. They have got 3 kids already. So it's a really Indo-Japan bonding. It's a great proof of strong bonding between India and Japan with respect and trust. Now, I showed you this population pyramid in 2050. So Japan is in desperate need of young manpower like you, welcoming to Japan. Some of the shortage of workforce is like this. Even before COVID-19, there are such number of shortages were recorded, especially in the nursing care and service sectors. Okay? This will only grow even after the COVID-19. Demand for foreign engineers are increasing. Almost 8 lakh of software engineers are in short by the year 2030. That's a big demand for IT engineers to Japan. If you want to know what kind of average salary annually, income will be like this, just for your information. If this is just the first year, if you are performing well, you get more. Even a programmer, just simple programmer, can earn as much as nearly 16 lakhs per annum in Japan. And if you're an AI engineer, you will get close to 40 lakhs annually in Japan. This is just for your information. And this year, 2022, is a very special year for us, for both of us, because we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between the two countries. So you will see many more functions going on during the course of this year. So now, my suggestion to you all, there is a huge potential in employment opportunities in Japan or at Japanese companies worldwide. So start learning Japanese language today, because in Japan, not many people are speaking English. speaking English like me can be found only 1 out of 100. So you need to speak their language, Japanese. And it will take 2 to 3 years for you to reach an employable level in proficiency in Japanese language. So my suggestion is like this. Now finally, I'd like to share with you, we are living in a VUCA world, VUCA, V-U-C-A, full of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And somebody has made a solution under this fragile society to become an agile society. Yes, you need to have a vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. In my version, just some modification I made, you need to have a clear vision, deep understanding, and instead of clarity, you need to have a courage or guts to change yourself or enter into new field. And instead of agility, I put adaptability to the changes. So my solution is how to survive in a VUCA world with volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. You need to have a very clear vision, deep understanding, courage to change, and adaptability to the changes of your environment. Okay? So, let's build a very solid partnership for our prosperous and peaceful future together. We can do that. Thank you for your attention, and good luck to you all. Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Rajiv-san, for your kind introduction. It's my great pleasure, privilege, and honor to be here to interact with you all in this very auspicious occasion. I'd like to thank the organizer for accepting our presence here in this very special occasion. Let me just talk about India and Japan relations, future prospects, as well as some career potentials that you, the young Indians in this, particularly in this Northeast region, will have with Japan. Let me just share my screen to start my presentation. My title here is Look East, Not West, Act Global, and the critical importance of Indo-Japanese bond. So let me just start by showing the world map from the global standard. And the far right, very far away from the United States, but that is not true. In our perspective, Japan is much closer to the United States, like another world map from a different angle. Now you see Japan is within the United States of America and India. And Japan is closer to the United States than Europe. So it's totally different. And I like to show you another important thing in Japan, which is India 2020, India's population looks like you're not familiar with India. The blue color is both. The yellow color represents girls, and the bottom line is 0 baby born, and top line there is 100-year-old. So, for every 5-year step, the bar showing the number of population. So, India naturally is a very young population. Now, I show you, in the year 2050, almost 30 years from now, how India will look like. Just imagine, after 30 years, how old they will be.
And the population under such a growth projected as 1,000 within less than 5 years from today, India will become the most populated country in the whole world. Look at the how Japan in year 2020 was invested, and India will be which is projected to look like this.
You can choose at that time whether you want the real answers or, you know, I have a lot of students
population-wise, it will become even less than
return guarantee. अगर आप 2% sure, but 200%.
Now, let me just talk quickly about Industry 4.0 and beyond that. Industry 4.0 refers to the combination of several major technologies. All the theories have been at the same time
Once like gate is open, all inside.
Between companies and their employees, even faculties and their students. So marketing
minimum 6 lakhs, I know 10 lakhs and 4 lakhs. That you can get like Amazon, Flipkart, SCL, Infosys. We are bringing everything. Any doubt? Madam, any doubt?
But I'm not going to talk about that. Japan has made
all Society 5.0. That is our new goal. The history has revealed from Society 1.0, hunter-gatherer society, Society 2.0, agrarian or agriculture-based society, and industry society, then Society 4.0, which is information society, where we are living in. So the next will be Society 5.0, a human-centered society that balances economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and digital space. So this is the image of society 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and the new 5.0. The Society 5.0 achieves a high degree of convergence between cyberspace or virtual space and physical space or real space. The huge amount of information from sensors in physical space is going to be accumulated in cyberspace. In cyberspace, this big data is being analyzed by artificial intelligence, and the analysis results are fed back to humans in physical space in various forms. So things and systems are all connected in cyberspace, and optimal results obtained by AI exceeding the capabilities of humans are fed back to physical space. So this is again Society 4.0, the information society, visual images like this. The upper side is cyberspace, the bottom side is physical space. And then in the Society 5.0, it will look like this, all integrated, one another. Okay. Society 5.0 would also contribute to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, established by the United Nations. If you know this, the goal is 2030, only 7.5 years to go. Japan aims to become the first country in the world to achieve a human-centered society, which is 5.0, in which anyone can enjoy a high quality of life full of vigor. It intends to accomplish this by incorporating advanced technologies in diverse industries and social activities, and fostering innovation to create some new values. So example of some new values are introduced by the Japanese government in mobility, healthcare, Hello. Thank you, Rajiv-san, for your kind introduction. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to all the distinguished guests at the dais, students, faculty, officials. A very warm welcome to the Nagaland Education Conclave 2020. At the onset, I wish to thank IDAN and the Northeast Education Council for inviting us to speak on this at this conclave. Due to the paucity of time, I will keep the topic limited to the opportunities with foreign language, and of course, as our name suggests, we are focused on Japan. I would like to bring forth a few points and opportunities that the youth, especially the youth of the Northeast today, can avail in aging Japan. Please allow me to share my screen and run through a short presentation which has been made, keeping in mind the audience that is there at this conclave. I hope that at the end of this presentation, there will be a lot of questions, there will be a lot of thoughts which
good morning. Yeah. Is it okay? Yeah, sure, definitely. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to all the distinguished guests on the dais, students, faculty, officials. A very warm welcome to the Nagaland Education Conclave 2020. At the onset, I wish to thank IDAN and the Northeast Education Council for inviting us to speak on this at this conclave. Due to the paucity of time, I will keep the topic limited to the opportunities with foreign language, and of course, as our name suggests, we are focused on Japan. I would like to bring forth few points and opportunities that the youth, especially the youth of the Northeast today, can avail in aging Japan. Please allow me to share my screen and run through a short presentation which has been made, keeping in mind the audience that is there at this conclave. I hope its population is older than 65, and the falling population gives an opportunity to the youth to actually work in Japan, study in Japan, and also have great career opportunities in different arenas. As of November 2019, 10,000 Japanese nationals were living in India. These companies, there are 1441 companies that were registered. This is a little old data, and we are still in the process of updating the data. These companies have over 5,000 business establishments spread across the states of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Gujarat, as well as the NCR region. 30,000 Indians are residing in Japan. What does Japan need today? 1 of 3 companies in Japan are failing to meet recruitment targets. 8 million is the projected shortfall in Japan of manpower by 2040.
Japan's most urgent labor problem today is not too few jobs, but too few workers. Main factors responsible for this situation is less child ratio and high life expectancy. The working age population in Japan dipped below 80 million, and projections that it would fall below 60 million by 2040. What opportunities do we have? Higher studies, higher education, various scholarships, study abstain, global internships, high employability with Japanese language skills in India and Japan. You see a poster here. This is a Japanese government scholarship for 2023. It has been announced. Many of you who are watching this can take our numbers down, call us. We will help you to run through filling up the scholarship. For undergraduates, it ends on 27th of May, and for postgraduates and PhDs, it ends on 16th of May. This is the Japan's government's largest scholarship. It's for 1 year scholarship for language and humanities studies, undergraduate programs, postgraduate programs, specialized training programs, doctoral and post programs, and Japan Foundation programs for the language teachers. To avail of this opportunity. What do our employers largely looking for? Language experts for any field as translators, interpreters. Technology experts with Japanese communication skills. Specialist, professional, and skilled workers with language skills from practically every field. Indian companies are looking for project coordinators, efficient business with Japanese companies, IT, ITES, construction companies, etc. Is the language difficult? No. We already have a distinct advantage as an Indian. English is in fact one of the hardest languages to learn. Japanese basic grammar is simple, tense, verb conjugation is simple, pronunciation not a big hurdle if given proper guidance, syntax very close to Indian languages. The old Japanese language is a blend of
Hello, check. Hello. This is a small announcement for all the interested students and our participants inside this conference hall. As you have witnessed a short video on the Japanese language, we will be replaying that for you later. We will shortly start with our second session on the afternoon technical session, which will be chaired by Shri Chubawati Chang, NCS Joint Secretary, IDENT. We also like to request everyone to please take a note as you listen from each speaker, and I do believe that each speaker would be very happy to interact with you. So if you have any questions or any confusions or anything that you wish to clarify and know more about from the speakers, please do so and take a note of it, and the time shall be shared, will be given to you, and please do participate. It's both sides. Thank you very much. May I request our dignitaries for our technical session to please come over the dais. Dr. H.A. Upendra, sir, please come, the Director of Veterinary University from Bangalore. Then we have Dr. Ramanan, CEO, Leather Consultancy. Sri Shah Nizamuddin M., the Faculty Trainer from Bangalore. Director of Technical Education. So, we have Dr. Gopi Chand Meragu, University Grants Commission, who will be addressing us on online. As we've all settled down, now I request our chairperson to kindly lead us for the second session. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to you all. Once again, I would like to welcome you all back to this afternoon technical session of First Nagaland Edu Connect. Here we are going to have Dr. Gopijan Meragu from University Grants Commission. He'll be joining us online and will be talking about scholarships for students, followed by Dr. H.A. Obendra, Director, Veterinary University, Bangalore. He'll be speaking to us on educational opportunities in livestock sector with special reference to Nagaland, followed by the speech from Dr. Ramanan, CEO, Leather Consultancy. He'll be speaking with us on the career path guidance and fellowships abroad, followed by a talk by Sri Shah Nizamuddin M., Faculty Trainer, Bangalore. He'll be talking on faculty development, followed by the speeches or the talks from the Directorate of Technical Education, Government of Nagaland, and they will be speaking to us on the technical institutions available in Nagaland, and that will be followed by closed door session for educational investments in Nagaland. So friends, here we have dignitaries on the dais and our Chief Executive Officer Aidan with us. This session is going to be one of the most important and interesting interaction, particularly for the dear students. So I wish our interactions to be a fruitful one. I wish again you all the best. And from now on, I hand over to Ms. Gugu to lead the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So to begin with the technical session, the topic is on the scholarships for students by Dr. Gopi Chand Meragu, University Grants Commission. Mr. Meragu is a Deputy Secretary UGC and posted at Guwahati looking after the Northeast. He holds a PhD degree from JNTU Anantapur. He has authored 2 books and published more than 50 international journals. So ladies and gentlemen and my young friends, I hope you enjoy this conversation that he's going to have with you. This is an online speech that he would be sharing with us. Sir, can you hear us?
Hello.
Sir, can you hear
I
us?
joined. I can go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
I can start?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, one and all. Respected Honorable Advisor K.T. Spahalu and Honorable Advisor Technical Education Medo Yokoho and other organizing committee members and today's speakers, Professor KRS Samsero Sir, Vice Chancellor of Mizoram University, and Dorlando Kathing, Vice Chancellor of Northeast Christian University, and other organizing committee members, and Venkat Raju and other organizing committee members. Good morning to one and all. And it's a great opportunity for me to be part of this program today. First Nagaland Edu Connect Conclave Investments for the Future. So definitely education is a investment for the future as well as present also, I strongly believe. And having such programs, conducting and organizing such education conclaves are very much important and necessary for today's generations, so that we can able to know the latest happenings and we can explore the latest technologies and happenings that are happening in different organizations, colleges, institutes, universities, and we can share the knowledge with others, and we can transform the knowledge to others. And it's very good initiative. I would like to congratulate all the organizing committee members and other team members for organizing such a good program. And I was asked to present some brief information about the scholarships to students. And I am from UGC, University Grants Commission, Guwahati, Northeastern Region Office. And regarding the scholarships for the students, UGC is providing different scholarships for the students at different levels, as well as different regions and different categories also. And we are having separate scholarship portal. And presently we are offering scholarships, the different schemes. One particular scholarship that we can mention here is Ishan Uday Special Scholarship Scheme for Northeastern Region. Recently, I think today we have placed the results also for the previous academic year. So this is one scholarship, a good scholarship for particularly meant for NER people, Northeastern Region people. Those who are passed 12th class, they can apply for this scheme. And they can get per month nearly 5,400 for regular courses, as well as 7,800 for professional courses. So this is one scholarship that they can make use of, the students of NER region, Northeastern region can make use of this scheme. And there are different scholarships like PG scholarship for professional students, for SSC students, and Indira Gandhi PG scholarship for a single girl child, PG scholarship for university rank holders, and National Fellowship for students with disabilities, National Fellowship for students of OBC, and National Fellowship for SC students, Maulana Azad National Fellowship for minority students, Postdoctoral Fellow for SC/ST students, and postdoctoral PG scholarship for GATE qualified students for MTech, Pharma, MC, and scholarship for university rank holders, and Swami Vivekananda Girl Child Scholarship for Research in Social Sciences, and postdoctoral fellowship for women. So there are different scholarships schemes are there from UGC, and you can visit the UGC scholarship portal regularly so that you can find the opening dates and closing dates of the applications for different scholarships, and find out the eligibility, and you can apply. Definitely you can make use of this facility provided from Institute of Education at UGC, and you can apply for different scholarships whichever you are eligible. And recently we are planning, the process is on. We are updating the website, scholarship website. Very soon you can see the new scholarship portal with all the necessary changes, and with all the look and feel and everything. We are upgrading and updating the information where you can see all the necessary information as per the requirement of the students as well as users. So with these few words, I would like to conclude my speech, and I will wish all the best for the organizers for this two-day program, and I also suggest the organizers to conduct more such kind of programs in future also. And definitely we will I will try to visit physically if I get invitation in near future. And all the best for the organizers, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And you try to visit the website regularly for the updates, and you can find the updates regarding scholarships, even other fellowships and scholarships from time to time, and you visit and you try to apply, find out the eligibility, and you apply. And some of the schemes are on now also. You can see, you can just once check it, and you try to apply. And all the best for the organizers and the participants who are participating in the program. And once again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Mergu, for your time and also coming forward to share the various scholarships that students can avail. And I do hope the students here have taken note of that. Right now, we would take the next note from the Directorate of Social Welfare Department to be speaking on some of the opportunities that students can avail. So may I request the department concerned to please come forward and share your thoughts with the students.
A very good afternoon to all. Respected Chairperson, our CEO from Maidan, distinguished guests on the dais, special officers and guests from the other departments, students from all the different colleges, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will highlight in a very few minutes about the scheme of scholarships for students with disabilities, especially for students with disabilities. So this is a central sector scheme. I think it is on the, okay, yeah. So it is on the screen. It is a central sector scheme under the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. So the Department of Social Justice, Department of Social Welfare is the nodal agency in the state. So who are the students who can avail this scholarship? Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So any student with a disability percentage of 40% and more. So the types of disability, if you can please show the next slide. Yes. So any student with disability in the mentioned disabilities. So the different kind of disabilities are there, and they are also, among this, there are also other subcategories. So any student with disability with 40% or more disability, they can avail this scholarship. And with like any other scholarships, this can be renewed every year unless he or she repeats a class. If he or she is getting promoted, then it will be renewed every year. The only, and it is limited only to 2 children in a single family, specifically for students with disabilities. So these are the eligible, the conditions of eligibility. And if I can please have the next slide. So what are the different kind of scholarships? So the different kind of scholarships is, which you can see on the screen, is the pre-matric scholarships, the post-matric scholarships, and scholarships for top class education. So the pre-matric scholarships, self-explanatory, it is for classes 9 and 10. So anyone, whether he or she is in a private school or government school, anywhere which is recognized by the state government or the central government, they can apply for these scholarships. So our guest, distinguished previous, before me, he has also mentioned about the different kind of scholarships. So this is similar, except that the amount is a little bit higher for this one, and the income ceiling for the parents is also a little bit higher. For pre-matric and post-matric scholarships, the income ceiling for the parents is 2.5 lakhs per annum. So if he or she, the parent is, the per income, the annum income is less than 2.5 lakhs, and he or she is a student with disability, they can go for, they can apply for this pre-matric and post-matric scholarships. And the post-matric scholarships, it covers from classes 11 up to the post-graduation level. So any colleges or higher secondary schools which is recognized by the UGC or ICT. So that covers the post-matric scholarships, and there's another scholarship, that is scholarship for top class education. So this is, there's an overlap between the post-matric scholarships and the scholarships for top class education. So even for top class education, that is for graduate level courses and above. But this one is specifically for selected institutes only. It's, as it is mentioned, it is only for those institutes which are also called the notified institutes of excellence. So those include the IITs, the NITs, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and specific selected institutes which are selected by the central government. So these are the different kind of scholarships which is offered to the students with disabilities. So next slide, please. Yeah. So how to apply, as explained earlier by the previous guest also, all these scholarships, it is applied through the National Scholarship Portal only. You don't have to come to any of the offices, it can be done online. And when they applied online, after filling up all the details, even the amount is credited directly into your account. The portal, it will be shown, the URL is scholarships.gov.in. Please, the next slide, please. Yes, that is the scholarship portal which I think everyone is applying here. So this is the same for also for students with disabilities. So this is about the central scheme scholarships. So apart from the central scheme scholarships, the state also has a scholarship, next slide please, which covers for classes 8 and below. So the state scholarships, it is applied offline, and you can contact the respective district welfare offices for classes 8 and below. And if there are further inquiries, I'm more than happy to help you regarding if there are any confusions, or if you have any further queries, please take down of this number, or you can reach out by email or the number which is provided on the screen. That concludes the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's all give a round of applause for the information that has been shared by both Dr. Gopi Chand Merugu and from the Director of Social Welfare on the scholarship. Next, we have Dr. H.A. Upendra, the Director of Veterinary University, Bangalore, and they will be speaking on the educational opportunities in livestock sector with special reference to Nagaland. Dr. H.A. Upendra, a Fellow of the Indian Society of Veterinary Medicine and Fellow of the Indian Society for Advancement of Canine Practice. He retired as Dean of the Veterinary College, Bangalore. He has more than 38 years experience in teaching and research in the area of veterinary medicine. He has published more than 80 research papers, 3 books, and 95 scientific papers in various international and national journals. He has received many awards for his outstanding service to the veterinary sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friend, let's all put our hands together in welcoming our next guest speaker, Dr. H.A. Upendra.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sleeping? No. Probably had very tasty, full food. Isn't it? Okay, anyway. To start with, let me thank Government of Nagaland and organizers for inviting me to come all the way from Karnataka, Bangalore, and to be with you. Such a lovely land, Nagaland. From yesterday onwards, I am enjoying here the beauty, the weather, what you have. Come to Bangalore, now it is burning with 38-degree temperature. All of you are lucky people. Great. And as I know, I think, madam, I have got about 30 minutes. Okay. Why I asked 30 minutes is, I should know what is the time. In one of the places, I was making a presentation. Normally, when I make my presentation, I keep my watch. On that day, unfortunately, my watch stopped working. I went beyond the time. So at the end, I said, sorry, my watch was not working, so I overshot the time. My friend who was sitting at the back, he said, Upendra, forget about the watch. You should have seen the calendar. That shouldn't happen today. Now tell me, how many of you are science students here? Science, can you raise your hands? Okay, I can see a few hands. Right. We are talking about investment for the future. Where should we invest? That is the question. I feel investment should be on the youth. Investing on an old man like me makes no sense. But it is on the youth the investment should be done, and definitely investment should be done in education. That's the starting point. You invest on education, automatically the whole world for you will change. Next thing is probably investment on the infrastructure. Now the question, is it only medical and engineering are the only two future you have once you complete your SLC or PUC +2? Outside, if you see, there is such a lot of list of opportunity what you have. And surprisingly, what I observed is there was no mention of veterinary at all. So that means to say there is a lot of scope here in Nagaland for me to talk about livestock and the opportunity what we have. Maybe all of you may not be getting into this line. Maybe some of you have already decided the path, but definitely you can pick up the points from here and share with your friends who are not here. Maybe your younger brother and sisters, you can speak and you can talk about it. Friends, let me tell you, livestock industry, veterinary science is something amazing area. If you have not explored it, please do it. In the beginning, immediately after the independence, there was Green Revolution in the year 1960. At that time, we were not self-sufficient with our own food. We were not producing enough food for ourselves. That was the time, 1960, Green Revolution started. And slowly we became self-sufficient. Now actually we are exporting food items. Next came White Revolution. You know what is White Revolution? It is the revolution in milk production. That is the second revolution what we saw. The third revolution what we saw in 1973 was Blue Revolution. Blue Revolution is aquaculture, where the fish production was increased. First it was the food grains, second it was the milk, third thing is the aquaculture. Now is the Pink Revolution has started. Pink Revolution is mainly for the meat and processed meat. When you look here, Green Revolution is for agriculture, Blue Revolution, White Revolution, Pink Revolution, all the three revolutions out of these four refers to livestock revolution. You know why? 60% of Indian population, they depend on agriculture. 60%. Ours is an agriculture country. Fair enough. But what's happening with agriculture? I'm talking about India. I'll come to Nagaland later on. Every year, we are losing about 30,000 hectares of cultivatable land. What was there last year, 30,000 hectare land is lost. Next year, another 30,000 hectare land we are going to lose. Out of the land what we have for agriculture, less than 50%, that means 45% is irrigated. Remaining 65% of the land don't have water for agriculture purpose. That's the second thing that happens. Apart from it, this drought, flood, that's again creating for a problem for agriculture. And population is increasing. There is lot of demand for food. We cannot depend only on agriculture. If you look at the GDP, what is the GDP that is being produced? Livestock GDP is about 4.5% every year. And whatever the total agriculture GDP is there, 25% is given by livestock. That means to say your cattle, sheep, goat, pigs, poultry, all these things are contributing to our economic development. And the livestock sector is developing at the rate of about 4.5% every year. Whereas agriculture is only 2% growth we are seeing 2 years. I'm not telling that agriculture is not important. It is important, but present condition, agriculture is not able to meet the demand. That is where the livestock come into picture. That is what is the thing. And this livestock gives employment for about 20 million people here in India, because we have highest population of livestock in the world. 535 million of livestock, about 851 million of poultry, ducks, etc. That means to say there is a demand for livestock on one side, as you can understand. On the other side, we have the infrastructure. Only thing is we need to improve. For general knowledge, I'll tell you, per capita availability of milk what we have is only 375 grams. That means to say every Indian, if you take on an average, per day 375 grams of milk is available per person. And in the same way, if you go for the eggs, would you mind to just put it off, whoever it is? Otherwise, I will fly off, I am very thin. Egg, if you take, we are getting only 74 eggs per person per year. But do you know what is the recommended egg in case you want to take? As per the ICR, 180 eggs per person per year is requirement. We are at 74. Even if you want to increase 2 eggs per person per year, whatever the industry we have, it has to be increased by 8 times. Look at the scope for livestock. Okay. And our livestock do give a lot of food for us. Maybe the milk, maybe the meat, eggs. That's one part. Second thing is the employment. As I told you, about 20 million people in India are involved here. And you get the job for all the 365 days. If you take agriculture, you have the job only for about 180 days out of 365 days. But on the other hand, livestock gives you job for all the 365 days. That's another thing. Of course, apart from food, we do get a lot of fiber, skin, the jacket, what you wear, the shoes, what you wear, belt, what you use, all that one, livestock contribution. Drought power is there. Manure, the agriculture manure, what we get. So many ways our livestock are definitely helping us. Now coming to the Nagaland as such. Nagaland is the highest consumer of meat per capita if you take. Highest meat. But do you know what is happening? On the other hand, okay, out of the meat, 50% is pig meat, pork. And 72% of the livestock, what you have is pigs. That means to say pig is the main staple food here. But the pig population in Nagaland is reduced by about 42% as you compare to 2007. 2007, whatever the pig population that was there in your state, it has gone down by 42%. That means to say, pig population. Yes, we need pork to eat, but we don't have pigs. We are not getting the pork. That is the condition here. Why? Not only the pork. Meat, about 50% of the meat is deficit in Nagaland. And I don't know how many of you know, 50% of the meat what you get is from different places like Punjab. From Punjab you are getting the meat here. 76% deficit is there as far as eggs is considered. Milk, if you take, about 30% of the milk, there is a deficit production in Nagaland. That means to say, Nagaland, there is demand for meat, there is demand for milk, there is demand for eggs. Is it not a positive thing? Instead of seeing that one as, okay, there is a deficiency, we have a scope. A gentleman was sent to look at the possibility of selling footwears. First person went to an island where he was sent, a salesman. He came back and he said, sir, it is not possible to sell even one pair of footwear in that island because none of the people wear footwear. A second person was said, he went and came back and he said, sir, there is 100% possibility because nobody wears the footwear, so I can sell the footwears there. Same condition here. There is deficiency. Take that one in the positive side and then you develop this livestock here. How do you develop the livestock? One thing is, of course, modernization, technology, but the main thing is the education. Let me come to that point. There are 54 veterinary colleges in whole of India. Right? Out of that one, about 5 is private college. 54 college. Each college put together in India, they take about 3,100 students every year. Whole of India. 3,100 students get into veterinary field. About 2,400 graduate out every year. That means to say India has got about 68,000 veterinary doctors in India. I am one among them. I am proud of it. But what is the requirement? Our requirement for India is about 1.8 lakhs veterinarian is required. We are 68. What we require is 1.8. And we produce about 2,100 vets every year. That means to say, if you want to fill up the deficit, we require somewhere around 21 to 25 years. How many of them will retire? How many of them leave the job? Again, adds up to it. Why I brought up all these things is to stress on importance of livestock, to talk about the importance of veterinarian. Veterinary education is a lovely subject to study. It's a 5.5 years course. After you complete your PUC, 5.5 years, you are going to study 19 subjects. As far as veterinarian is considered, sir, one of you, before my closure of time, about 2-3 minutes you have to tell me. Otherwise, we are the teachers. We know how to start, we don't know how to end. It happens in your college also, isn't it? Unless there is a bell, we don't stop. Okay, we study 19 subjects and they say veterinary doctor is the best doctor in the world. Because he can't ask his patient what is the matter, he got to know. Our animals do not speak to us, but they do express. They tell me, in my clinic, they tell me this is the problem I have got, I should have the capacity to understand. Second thing is, it is not one species that you are going to study. You are going to learn about cattle, sheep, goat, here mithun, pigs, wild animals, birds, probably all living, walking creatures except human being we study. That is another thing. Next thing is employment, if you see. None of the veterinarian as on today is unemployed. I told you, 68,000, what we require is 1.8 lakhs. So if somebody gets into veterinary field, definitely there is no problem for the job, and straight away the salary starts somewhere at about 65,000 for an undergraduate. For a postgraduate, it starts at about 70,000. That is the beginning salary. That means to say, it is going to take care of you and your family if you get into this line. Another thing is the satisfaction what you get of treating dumb animals. That is something amazing. Now comes the question, okay sir, I complete my BVLC, where do I get my job? There are thousands of opportunity for you. Most of the people get into the animal husbandry department. In Nagaland, you have the veterinary department where you can get absorbed, wherein you will take care of the animal health, maybe the nutrition part, all that is one part. That is one thing. Apart from it, you do have other opportunities like cooperative dairy federations, what we call it as in our state, we call it as KMF. Do we have something like that here? Nagaland Milk Federation or something like that? There again, veterinary doctor is required. Pharmaceutical companies require veterinary doctor. The tablet what you take, the medicine what you take, the research what you take, it is being produced in a pharmaceutical company, and definitely there should be a veterinary doctor to see whether it has got effect and side effect. Veterinary doctor is required. Bank and insurance requires veterinary doctor. Do you know it? When you go for loan, there should be a doctor to see whether your project is viable. You can get job in poultry industry, hatchery, feed unit, poultry feed unit. There are so many things. In stud farms, where the horse is being there, horse racing goes on, definitely veterinary doctor is employed there. Private diagnostic laboratory, because our student, as I told you, 19 subjects they are going to study, microbiology, immunology, biochemistry, everything we study. So we can fit anywhere. microbiological laboratory, they take veterinarians. Of course, slaughterhouse and other thing. And in the university, in the central government, you get the thing. Research is another area where veterinary doctors are needed. Any procedure, imagine an operation has to be standardized. First it is done in animals, and again a veterinary doctor is required. Any new medicine comes, a new molecule comes, veterinary doctor is required. So in research area we are there. Apart from it, you can also find job in army, paramilitary forces, what we call it as remote veterinary corps, where you can go and serve the nation. That's another area. Fascinating thing, wildlife. How many of you have seen the wild animal, the majestic elephant, that beautiful tiger, lion, peacock? If you want to get into that line again, wildlife veterinary doctor is required. I was telling my friends, there are only 24 veterinary doctors totally specialized in wildlife in whole of India. Imagine the scope what you have here. Self-employment is also possible. Many of our students, once they graduate out, they get into entrepreneurship. They start their own clinic. Value-added product. Nowadays, you get ready-to-eat items, value-added products. Again, veterinary doctors are required. Livestock enterprise is another area. And our veterinary doctors who are graduating out of India, they are in lot of demand outside also. Every year, out of 60 students, I see about 12 to 15 students, my students, they go out of country for the further education, training, or the job. There is lot of demand for veterinary doctor. Not only that, veterinary doctors, once they have completed, quite a lot of them have got into civil courses, the competitive exam. Do you know how many IAS officers are there in India who have basic veterinary knowledge or veterinary graduates? Totally 114 IAS officers are there who did BVSC and then they went for IAS. That means to say, veterinary is a fascinating subject. In Karnataka, we do have 6 veterinary colleges in Karnataka. Out of 54. Out of 54, 5 are private, I told you, Highest is seen in Rajasthan, Jaipur, that's where. Apart from it, Haryana, there is a private college. Punjab, Amritsar, there is a private college. So when they talk about investment, I was speaking to the people here in the morning who were there, the policy makers of Nagaland. I told, this is where the opportunity is there, educational opportunity is there. There is one college, as I understand, in Nagaland, that is under the Central Agriculture University of Manipur. It's high time that you have your own veterinary college, have your own veterinary diploma courses. If you can do that one, then the 50% meat deficit what you are seeing in Nagaland, 76% egg deficit what you are seeing in Nagaland, 31% milk deficit what you are seeing in Nagaland can be taken care by youngsters. Is it not a good opportunity? I know the group what is there here, some of you are art students, some of you have already got into certain of your profession, great enough, all the best in whatever the profession you have taken. People who are there still not made up their mind, please take livestock sector, veterinary sector as one of the important opportunity for you. You will have the satisfaction, job satisfaction. You have the variety. In my clinic, morning I see a dog. After another half an hour I see a bird. After some time I see a cat. After some time somebody gets a wild animal. Somebody gets tortoise. See how many varieties I see here. That is clinical practice. Otherwise I can get into feed industry. For your information, Nagaland has got good production of soya and maize. What is that you are going to do with that maize and soya? Please understand, these livestock animals, they eat what we cannot eat, but give what we can eat. The waste, they eat that, give the wholesome egg, meat, right? So I just want to tell you here, friends, this particular livestock sector, as I told you, if you have made up your mind, already you are in a different this one, no problem. Tell your youngsters, motivate them, give direction to them, so that definitely they can get into it and they will not repent. They'll be very happy person like me. Friends, this is what I wanted to share with you. I have my PowerPoint presentation. I never wanted the slide to be between you and me. You know what happens if I start using the slide? I'm not very comfortable with the slide because I will be turning here and I will be reading. And you also will be reading. Okay, in a classroom it's okay. But here I wanted to touch your heart directly with eye-to-eye contact. So, given the opportunities are there, take that one and let Nagaland have more veterinary colleges, more diploma this one. These are some of the photos. This is the beautiful veterinary. Can you see this one? This is the veterinary college building. Some of the photos you can just scan it fast. Job opportunities comes, you just let me, okay, go back. See, this is the colleges, different places like Chennai and Bombay, Madras, Bangalore. Next one, please. This is the private college. Don't think that private college is in a small rented place. Look at the infrastructure, what they have, because the VCI regulates the veterinary education. To the extent they go, how many chairs should be there, how many computers should be there, how many microscopes should be there, how many RT-PCR equipment should be there. So it is throughout the India, it is same education. Next. This is the college, if I'm not mistaken, that is there in Nagaland. Next one, please. You can go ahead, unless, forget it. Go ahead. Yeah, these are the things. Job opportunity, you see. You can work in a meat industry, you can work in a poultry industry, feed industry, wild animal, okay? Dairy, cattle, sheep. Next one. Next one, please. Okay, these are our, photos taken in our college. Our students, how do they get their practical training? Next one. Next. As I was telling in the research, yes. Next. Army, next. You can see here, Indian Army Veterinarian. 5 years course you can start. If you want, you can be there as a permanent this one. Otherwise, it's a short-term course. Next. Wild animals. Next. See, zoo vet life is something challenging. I enjoyed it when I was working there. Elephants. Next. Self-employment, you can see the clinic where the operation is being done. Next. Go ahead. Okay, these are the value-added products. Next. Ready to eat. Now the food culture has changed. Okay, next. So conclusion is, livestock farming is an integral part of Indian economy. There is still deficit of food, whether you take it as India or Nagaland. India has got great potential to improve production. Nagaland has got still greater potential to improve livestock production. Veterinary doctors are in great demand. Campus interviews are there and they are picked up. And capacity building of rural youth in the area of livestock production is need of the hour. Next. What is this? What is that you are seeing? Is the photo very small or not very clear? Huh? Horses are there. How many horses are there? One, two, three. Okay, don't count. he says count the limbs and then divide that one by 4. That's the easiest thing. Okay, friends, why I put this slide is, more you observe, more you learn. Same way in livestock, open yourself more, opportunities are more. Thank you, friends. I just wanted to share some of my thoughts. If you have any questions or if you want to interact with me, you can do that one. You can just make a note of my email ID in case you are required. PROFUPPI@gmail.com. That is my email ID, PROFUPPI@gmail.com. You can contact me. I can give you more information. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you for having me in Nagaland. I enjoyed my visit to Nagaland. I'm going to carry a lot of sweet memories from here. And I'm going to tell in Karnataka, I went to Nagaland. There are a lot of good people and I enjoyed their hospitality. I would like to thank especially my friend Raju, who is the advisor for this organization, who invited me here. And thanks a lot. Take care.
Thank you, sir. Sharing a lighter note to make all of us be interested and also being part of us, and is indeed a very good experience, and we hope that you would come back again, and this would not be the last but just the beginning of the journey. And thank you so much also for encouraging each one of us in this room to be interested and also open our mind, and absolutely it is indeed on the attitude towards life. With this note, I would like to now welcome Dr. Ramanan, known as Mr. Dr. Vidyanathan Ramanan. He is the CEO of Ladder Consultancy Services based in Bangalore. He has vast experience in the corporate world, having worked with Metal Box India, Ashok Leyland, Comcraft Group, Mascon Global, and Neo IT. His specialty is in finance, auditing, and HR issues. Today, he will be speaking on career path guidance and fellowships abroad. Sir, you may please take your time, and you have another 30 minutes to share your thoughts with us. I hope everyone, as you listen to our speakers, you're taking note of the important information and also looking forward for the interactive session later on. Thank you.
Thanks to the introduction, and thanks a lot to the organizers of this wonderful conclave, and thanks a lot to all my friends who have been extending their wonderful hospitality to me and my friends from Bangalore since yesterday. Today, we are in a time where the entire world is looking up to us. Why am I saying that? Because we are the youngest nation in the world. I'm sure many of you would have also been listening to some of the videos during the break time from Japan, where people are all aging. And this is the fact not only in Japan, but right across the world. And today we are at a wonderful time when our country can boast of the biggest asset that we have in the world are the people asset. And when we say that, it's this young crowd that's the asset for this entire world. As a person who has traveled across the world, who has worked in different parts of the world, who has worked with different nationalities, I thought I should first share with you all the amount of respect that we as Indians command in the entire world. And the entire world sees India as very threatening. right? It's very threatening. But then, the good part is, we are not threatening because of our military power. We are not threatening because of our nuclear power. We are not threatening because of our rogue power. We are threatening because of our intellectual power. So this entire world is today looking up to India because we are the youngest nation. And I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to interact with the future leaders of this entire world, not only Nagaland, not only India, but you people are going to be the world leaders. So with that, let's start with where you are currently and how you are going to have your own path in your career designed in such a way that you people are going to be the world leaders. Right? Are you all ready? Yeah? How's the Josh? A or nay? How's the Josh? Are you ready to become the world leader? A or no? How ready are you? I want to hear full auditorium with a lot of energy. Are you ready? Are you ready? For what? World leader. Okay? All right. Now, next slide, please. I want to understand your background currently. How many of you are in your school level? Please raise your hand. 10th standard or below? Okay, all right, that's great, fantastic. How many of you are in your +2? Okay, a few of you. How many of you are in your college? Many of you. All right, that's good. Okay, so here we have quickly put up some of the slides that we are going to share with you anyway. Let me ask you one more question. How many of you have got cell phone, a smartphone with the internet enabled? Obviously all, right? Okay. See, career guidance is the topic that has been given to me. Okay? And it's not small. There's a lot of things that we need to understand when it comes to career guidance or career information that we all need to understand. So I had requested the organizers, I'll need at least about an hour and a half, right? So they said, okay, you can do it over 2 days, right? Today and tomorrow morning. So we said, all right, fine. I'll try and see how interactive we can make it. So today what we need to understand is there are a lot of possibilities that you can see in this PPT, right? If you're in your 10th standard, you can go into your ITI, you can do various diploma courses, you can do a lot of government clerical exams and then get into it, or you can do a CIT course and then get into the data entry, or you can become an LIC agent, or you can do diploma courses, which later on you can pursue your engineering as well. Next slide, please. Now, if you are already in your 12th standard, you broadly have arts, science, and commerce streams and the humanities. There, you can always, further take a laboratory technician diploma course for 3 years, or you can go into pilot licensing. You can again have an LIC agency, or you can go into hotel management diploma, air hostess or flight school steward programs, or take a diploma in travel and tourism for 2 years. These are all just some of the possibilities that we have given here. The next slide, please. Now, if you are in your college, right, all these are some of the widely pursued courses. You have a BBA stream for 3 years, and then most of them, they go for MBA of 2 years so that they can either get into the management stream or become a businessman. The various diploma courses are there. The most preferred today are the fashion designing, interior designing, and foreign languages. And then you can always do courses that can get you into the call center jobs, or you can be into law, LLB, where you can do a DTL or an LLM. Or if you want to get into the social works, you can do a Bachelor of Social Work, which is a 3-year course, followed by the Master of Social Work, which is again a 2-year course. Or if you want to get into teaching line, you can take a diploma in education, which is a 2-year program, and then you can get into the teaching line. If you are, a majority of you, I understand, are into the arts part, you can become a teacher, or you can also pursue your master's in arts of a 2-year course. You can write your UPSC to become an IAS officer, and then you can also do an MCA and an MCM to get a software job. And you can also do the NSD if you are interested in getting into the films or the plays. You can also do the sub-inspector exam to get into the CRPF or CISF or the Border Security Force. So these are some of the aspects that we thought, we will share with you. Can we go to the next slide, please? The next. The next. Now, this PowerPoint presentation will be shared with you, and we also can go into the internet where you have various other websites with complete details. We have close to 200 plus possible career paths. 200 plus, okay? If you look at 20 years back, we hardly had about 4 or 5. Today, when you people are going to look at your career, there are more than 200 possibilities, options, right? So that is not at all a problem. Now, let us look at the second part, which is your global fellowships. We did see some of the scholarships that are available to you within India. But if some of you want to pursue global, either your academics, you have a lot of possibilities. About 139 fellowships are present, which also we will make available to you, the entire list of all the 139 possible global fellowships available to you. And here we have just put a sample of some of them. If you can just zoom out so that they can see the entire slide. Yeah. Right from row A, column A. Column A, yes. So here what we have done is, I'm not going to read out the slides because you guys can do it. We will share this as well. Okay? Now, we will go to the third part, which is even more critical. Thanks for this presentation. We'll go to the third presentation. I'm sure all of you have been given a sheet of paper, right? Do you all have? Yeah? Can you start filling it up? Till just your information, and when we go to know the worlds you live in, there you stop, because I'll tell you how to go about in your thought process before you fill it up. You can write your name and then your category, whether you're a faculty or a student or part of the management or part of the government. This is something that everyone can fill. It'll be helpful for all of you. The institution name, and then whether it's a school or a college, your level of education, the course name that you are currently pursuing, your specialization, the year of pass out, then your email ID and mobile number. written? Okay. Can I have cottons? Okay. Let's make it more interactive. Before you start looking at this and filling up, I thought I should share as a parent, right, what happened in my own family. My son, when he was in his +1, as most of the youngsters are, he was also extremely energetic, extremely active, extremely naughty, extremely playful. Right? And then the Indian families generally, the minute you're in your +1, +2, the parents are worried. They want you to get very good grades so that you get a good college, good course, right? The same thing was happening in my family as well. So every day when I come back from my office, my wife is ready to say, hey, your son is not at all studying, man, He's all the time playing. So I said, okay. Incidentally, he's a very good football player. So I thought, okay, somewhere things will happen and he will settle down and sort out himself. One of the days, when I came in, there was a big fight going on. And then my wife finally said, I think you need to take care of your son. He doesn't listen to me. Now it's all up to you and your son, okay? I said, okay. And then I slowly went to my son and said, what did you do to upset your mom like this? He said, Dad, I was just teasing my mom, right? So then I asked my wife, what are you so upset on? She said, tomorrow he has got an exam. And look at him, he's watching a movie. Right? I said, oh, is that? Okay. So I looked at my son. He said, Dad, come. And he said, you know me, Dad. Whenever I watch a movie, I can really tell all the conversations by heart. And he does that. And I said, okay, that's all fine, but tomorrow you have an exam? He said, yes. Then I asked, what exam? English. I asked, okay, for English exam, why are you watching a movie? He said, my non-detail has already come as a movie. Right? So instead of me reading a textbook, I'm watching the movie. And then he looks at my wife and says, I'm not wasting my time. I know what I'm doing. This is what we have seen as today's youngsters. Right? If people are thinking that today's youngsters are playful, no. You guys are not playful. Right? Then I told them, I said, I can see that you're a very serious kid, but you're also naughty at the same time. So I told, for us to avoid all this stress and friction in the family, in front of my wife, I called my son. I said, I trust you. I believe that you can really do your own decisions in your life. And said, I'm going to ask you to look at yourself and tell me, maybe you take a month or so, what do you really want to do in your life? And I only told him one thing. I said, you're good in football, okay? I'm not going to tell you, go and do engineering, okay? Or go and do medicine. It's not about me telling you. You decide what you really want to do. And if you want to be in football, if you want to be in sports, great. But go and do. And then I told him only one thing. Whatever you take up, there's so much of potential and opportunity in this world, but for you to really grow, you need to be the best in what you take. If you're not the best in what you take, you can survive, right? But it won't be good enough. So I asked him the next question, forget what you're going to study, forget what you're going to earn, what you're going to do, right? I asked him, at the end of the day, how do you want your life to be? What is the lifestyle you want? He said, Dad, I want to drive a Merc, a Benz, a four-wheel drive. I want a nice lifestyle, right? I'm sure all of you are wanting that, correct? So I said, okay, if you want that lifestyle, then you know at what level, whatever career you take, right, you need to really be there. You need to be the best. This world has a lot of opportunity. But are you there is the only question. Are you getting it? So then he took almost a month. And then he came back and said, Dad, I thought through the whole thing, okay? And I'm going to definitely be a footballer. I'm not going to miss it, but I'm going to study architect. I said, wow, that's good. But from where did you get this architect? Then he said, I have a daughter, okay, elder daughter and then my son. She's an interior designer. And both my kids are creative, right? I can see many of you are doing your arts. I'm sure many of you are creative as well. So he said, between me and my sister, we decided she has done interior designing. I'll do architect. We both will start our own company once we are there. I said, wow, what a futuristic planning. I said, brilliant. Why I'm saying sharing all this with you is, you guys have got questions. You also have answers. And the answers are not somewhere else. The answers are not around in the world. The answers are in and around you. Yeah? This is how it is. Then I told him only one thing. I said, if you want to do an architect, right, and if you want the lifestyle of driving a Mercedes-Benz, then you got to study in top-notch colleges, not some college, right? So I told him, if you want to study in top-notch college, you need to be simply the best. Because I don't have money to keep paying so much of money to get you a management quota. That sealed the entire thing. From that day onwards, he owned up what he wanted in life. My wife never ever had to go and tell him, you please study. On the contrary, what happened? My wife started telling me, hey, your son is not having his food on time. This was the turning point. And then he completed his 5 years of architect. Okay, he completed last year. So I asked him, okay, after completing, and he completed in distinction in top 3 colleges for architect in Karnataka. So I asked him, do you want to do a job or study further? He said, if I get the course of my choice, I will study further. Otherwise, I'll just get into a job. He wanted to do urban design and planning. I only told him one thing. I said, where do you want to study, in India or abroad? He said, preferably international. I told him, if you want to do international, if you get in one of the top 10 universities in the world, you do it. Otherwise, wait for that opportunity. And by God's grace, of course, his hard work, he got through in one of the top 10 universities in the world, which is Manchester University. Okay? I said, great. This guy is now on his own. I'm only giving him small tips, but then he's doing it on his own. Right? But then, there is something more to it. The minute he landed in Manchester, but before that, I told him, it's very expensive, I don't have the money. How are you going to do it? He said, I'll look for scholarship. Otherwise, also no problem. Today, I can take an education loan, which is at a very low interest rate in India, and then I'll repay it. I know I'm going to earn, and I'll repay it. I'll take the responsibility. Believe me, he took the bank loan, and he is now very confident he will repay the loan. There's no issue. So he went there. Within the first 2 weeks of he going to Manchester, he sends a beautiful photograph and a video. And you know what was that video and a photograph? It was not about him. It was a video and a photograph about the great football legend, Ronaldo. I'm telling you, Ronaldo. And he was exuberant. He was jumping with joy when he called me on the video. And he said, Dad, I am here next to my role model of my life. I said, wow. I said, is that the reason why you applied for Manchester University? He said, yes. I'm telling you, I'm sharing all this because you youngsters are pretty smart. Very smart. Okay? You can surprise your parents with your decisions. Can you or can you not? You guys are awesome. This is not simply about my son that I'm talking about. Yesterday, in Nagaland, the hotel that we were staying, all right? Dinner we were having together, about 9:45, 10 p.m. We were being served, and that young girl who was serving us, excellent attitude, excellent nature. So I just casually asking her, so you have done your hotel management? She said, no, I'm a graduate in economics. I said, wow. A graduate at 10 p.m. serving dinner to guests. How many places can you see this? You look at the attitude. Brilliant. Then I asked her, you did economics, and what are you doing here? She said, I just wanted to learn as much as I can. I got an opportunity here. I said, okay, why not? And whatever they pay, it's for my pocket money, which is good. I said, okay, do you at all have any aspirations? Do you have any dreams of your own? She said, yes. I said, okay, what's your dream? She said, I want to become a civil service person. I said, okay, what are you doing about it? She said, I graduated BA Economics in the year 2020. I said, okay. And then I did a coaching for Nagaland Public Service Commission. So she is ready to take the test. And then I said, what about computers? Have you learned computers as well? Because today the entire world is on that. She said, yes, I have done a 1-year diploma in computer course. And I told her, if you're already a graduate in economics, your English is pretty good, you know computers, if we get you a job outside of Nagaland, would you like to come and take it up? Right? That's when she said, in my family, it's only me and my mom. Right? I want to give the best life to my mom. And I know I can do it in Nagaland itself by being a civil servant. So I have given you 2 examples. One of my own son, youngster like you people, and the other, your own person in Nagaland, the thought process. Right? Now what I want you people to now do is ask yourself, where is your thought process as of now? Okay? Take the sheet of paper. I'm giving a choice of words, so I want you to just reflect on it and take it through. Can I have the screen here? This one, not able to see. The monitor. All right, okay. So, here I'm giving you choice of words, okay? Know the world that you're living in. Choices of words. I just want you to tick when I keep telling you what you need to think and tick, okay? You're going to tick whichever word you're selecting as reflecting of you. We all are living in 2 worlds, right? One is the external world, the outer world. The other is we have our own mind, which is a world by itself, right? Is that clear? True? The question to you is, which of the 2 worlds is influencing you more? Are you influenced more by your own world, which is the inner world, or currently you are more influenced by the outer world? Which one? Please tick it. Let me ask you, maybe you can raise your hand. How many of you feel you are influenced more by your own inner world, yourself? You can raise your hand. How many of you feel? Yeah, 2. Most of you, yeah, some of you there. But this is the truth in the entire world. Today, most people are influenced by the outer world. That is where, in the morning session, I don't know how many of you attended, the chief advisor was saying, you first should understand what you want to be. For that, you need to look within first, right? So inner world is very important, okay? All right. The second is, how do you see life today? Do you think life is very predictable or it is very unpredictable? Because there are so many possibilities, so many options, so many things are happening. There is some war in some place, there is some famine in some place, there is a flood in some place, drought in some place. Is life predictable or unpredictable? The way you see it today. Tick that. Okay? The third part. Do you think there is a lot of clarity about your life as of today, or there is a lot of confusion? So you can tick accordingly whichever choice of word. Okay. The next one is your life driven more by faith or by fear? Like, I don't know, there are these exams. How will I clear it? There's always some fear that keeps driving you. It's not about right, wrong, good, bad, but what drives you? Are you driven more by faith or are you driven more by fear? Okay, tick your choice as of now accordingly. Okay. All of us have problems at every stage in our life. Some problem or the other will keep coming. Now, whenever we have a problem, how do you approach? There are two ways of approaching your problem. One is called subjective, which means there is always an emotion that we attach to it. Right? Example, say if your parent is saying, hey, exams are coming, study, man. Then, instead of you realizing, oh yeah, she's saying because there is an exam, right? You say, she all the time keeps pestering me about studies. Then it is emotion. You're mixing whatever you're receiving, right, with your emotions, your feelings. You're not looking at, yeah, there is an exam, no? So that's why she's saying. It's as simple as that. But then we look at problems with emotion, right? So there is an objectivity, there is a subjectivity. So if you're not mixing your emotion in everything that you see, then you're very objective, right? Say, for example, today in the morning also, the dignitaries were saying, when my friend says, I'm going to join this course, right? Many of you also feel, oh yeah, you're joining, I will also come, yeah. Come, we will go together. We have been at the school together, we will also be in the college together, but then when you go to work, you're not going to be together necessarily, yeah? Right? So, are you going to take emotional decision? Then you're subjective in nature. But if you are saying, yeah, great, even if you go and study in some other college, we'll continue as friends, but let's look at what individually we need. So, are you objective in nature or subjective? Tick it. Whichever is true for you at this point in time, tick that. Got it? All right. The next one is very, very, very important. Whenever you take a decision, the first is approach to your problem. The next is your decision making. Are you going to decide based on what a person tells you, or are you going to decide based on your own purposes of life? For example, my good friend here said, there is so much of need to be in livestock. Isn't it? Right? I don't know how many of you even thought in this angle because you did not have this information. But today, when Sir was sharing all this information, you see possibilities. You see so many opportunities. Correct? How many of you felt that, wow, animal husbandry, livestock, there is so much of possibility today, opportunities today to make a career. How many of you felt? Yeah, see? 1, 2, 3, 4. Many, sir. Please, can we give sir a big round of applause? You know, we were talking interested in livestock, right? But then we finally were thinking that even if 5 of you are going to feel that livestock and animal husbandry can be something that you aspire for, his time is worth it, right? 5 leaders we would have produced. His time today would have made 5 leaders. Are you getting what I'm saying? It's all about you, where you belong. So you ask yourself and say, are you today going based on what people are telling you around, or do you have your own purpose? Right? Because that's how you have to start understanding life. Right? Career guidance, we all can tell you the possibilities, but at the end of the day, you need to take your decision. For that, you need to have your purpose. But are you having purpose today, or are you going based on personalities? Okay. The next one. When you go with personality, which most of us do at this point in time, correct? What happens is, say within your family, your father is going to tell something that he believes in. Your mother is going to say something that she believes in. Maybe you have your working brother or sister, based on their experience, they are going to tell something that they believe in, correct? So, you can either go with the personality saying various things and probability theory, okay? Sir said animal husbandry, maybe, I'm going to say something else, maybe I'll say IT, okay? Somebody else will say manufacturing, somebody will say forestry. There are enough advices you will get in this world. But if you look at all that, you will say, probably I'll go to IT and then let me see. Then you are leading a probability theory. But if you have a purpose, then it means, I know where I belong. For example, the girl I gave you example yesterday night, right? She has a belonging. She belongs to her state. She belongs to her family. And for that to continue, she knows where she belongs in her career. She's very clear. She says, I want to get into civil service. I want a career so that I can keep my mom very happy, right? And I won't be just like that doing some job. I'll be the best. I'll be a leader. Because of which she is already taking steps to become a civil servant, right? That is belongingness. Are you all understanding? Yeah? So ask yourself, currently, where you are. Are you going based on probability, or are you going based on belongingness? Most of the time, right now, people are going based on probability theory, okay? All right. Now comes the most important aspect I want all of you to keep in mind. God has given us 2 engines that makes our life happy or not so happy, okay? One is the intelligence part, the other is wisdom. Okay? You all have intelligence? Yes, because of which you are already here. Okay? But how many of you have wisdom? Have you heard of the term wisdom? You have all heard? Yeah? Can somebody tell me what is your understanding about these 2 words? Intelligence and wisdom? Maybe ma'am?
Generally, intelligence is defined as your quotient of understanding knowledge, whereas wisdom is decisions that you take up on your own, well, based on intelligence again. Yeah.
Sir, would you like to just give it a try?
Sir, I would like to look at it this way. I would look at wisdom more in terms of application. How would you apply the knowledge that you have? And intelligence, what is that one? It's more of a knowledge thing. Yeah.
Great. Give him a big round of applause. But let's look at both, okay? intelligence is knowledge, and wisdom is more in terms of the application, which starts with a decision. You decide and apply it, correct? But things are changing. For example, say 20 years back, if you wear a trouser which is torn, people will look up to you and say, hey, what's wrong with you? Right? But today, if you have a jean which is torn, you pay more money. You do? Correct? Intelligence is knowledge, no doubt. But the application changes over time. Correct? So that's when we said, oh, we need to understand this very fundamental aspect. So I came with the study and understanding that. You people can make a note if you want, okay, in your diary or somewhere. Or just understand, this is very important for each one of you. Intelligence is simply our ability to differentiate. That's all. It's like your Intel chip. Okay? When you are a young kid, a baby, you know, your mom or your grandmom will have that toy, correct? Something that is colorful and that makes noise. So when you see a child at home, you buy a toy. And what do? You try to play with the toy and the child, which is actually you're trying to play. But the same toy, when you give it to your grandma, she will practice itself. When the child is 3 months old, 2 to 3 months old itself, they do it as a ceremony, as a ritual. So intelligence is simply your ability to differentiate. It starts right from your child. The more you have exposure, the more aspects you are able to differentiate. That's all. But what is wisdom? Wisdom is your ability to understand the truth, the way the truth exists, not the way you perceive. Okay? It's a big statement. No, it is not a big statement. Are you understanding the wisdom? It is to understand the truth, the way the truth exists. So do you all have wisdom or you don't have wisdom? How many of you feel you have wisdom? Intelligence all of us have. How many of you have wisdom? Because there's no certification course available to say, hey, you are a wise person. Is there any certification? Nothing. So let's ask today, do we have wisdom? How many of you feel you have wisdom? None of you feel, huh? Yeah, 1, 2, finally 3. That's all. 4. Arey, come on, yeah. You know something? We all were born only with wisdom. We were not born with intelligence. Intelligence we acquired. When we were born, we were all in a state of 100% truth. Wasn't it true? Yeah? Did we look around who is seeing us before crying? When we wanted to cry, we cried. When we wanted to laugh, we laughed. When we wanted to kick in the air, we kicked. We were not differentiating anything. We were simply in a state of truth. Is that true? Which means we were all born wise. But the minute our intelligence took over and we started differentiating, we started limiting and narrowing ourselves. Why am I saying there are educational institution leaders here? We need to also develop schools of wisdom rather than just schools of intelligence. Right? Because our youngsters, they are competent, they can be very wise people. True? Yeah? Okay. So the question to you is, today, we all have both intelligence and wisdom. But which is the one which you're using more? Are you using your intelligence more or wisdom more? You are using wisdom. I'll tell you how and when. When you have a problem, you're confused, you're stressed and all that. So what happens? You become subjective in nature because you are intelligently differentiating the problem. Correct? So you are very subjective. But when your friend has a problem, what happens to you? You are advising your friend. Yes or no?
So when your friend has a problem, you are not putting your emotion, you are standing a bit far from a distance and trying to look at the truth of what that friend is going through. Correct? So wisdom doesn't need a certificate. You are also using wisdom at times. But only thing is, can you use your wisdom even for yourself and not just for your friends? Got it? All right. So now tick. Currently, are you using intelligence or are you using wisdom more? Okay? The next one is, I want you people to all realize, today, there are more and more human beings on this earth who are highly educated, right? Because there are so many courses, so many opportunities to learn. There are so many PhDs. Because the government also says, if you don't have a PhD, you can't be a professor, right? So intelligence is there, education is there. But how many of the people are really world-class leaders taking the best of decision, right? Despite intelligence. So if you ask the next question, with so much of intelligence going up, are we still existing or excelling? You're all intelligent, right? That's why you're all here. You want to be that one step ahead of others. So you're all intelligent and you believe in it. That's why you're here. But with the intelligence, are you currently in a state of existence or in a state of excellence? Please tick. And now we come to the last of the choice of words. We keep taking a lot of steps in our life because we are expected to do. Which means you're doing because you need to survive, right? Or are you living a life which is aspirational? I know what I want in my life, and I know I'm there, and I know I'm very focused, and I know I'm going to be the best in that. How many of you feel you're leading an aspirational life today? Any of you? Many of you? Few of you? I don't know. I want to check Nagaland. How aspirational is Nagaland? Yes, 1, 2, 3. Can some of you stand, please? The 3 of you? Okay, 3 here. Anyone from this row who is aspirational currently? Not yet? Or somewhere? Oh yeah, look at him. Come on, give a big round of applause. There are aspirational youngsters here. What about here? Come on, yeah. You can't be just all. I'm sure some of you are aspirational. Anyone here? Any 1, 2, I don't know. Yeah, please. Okay. I'm sure you are aspirational, but somewhere between that faith and fear, right? You have the fear. That's why, like this, right? Faith, right? Look at the same person. You are aspirational in nature, but then the fear is limiting you instead of faith, correct? You need to come out of it. All right, I want to hear some of your aspirations. Please, is that okay? Can you share? It's okay, whatever it is. Because I want you to come out of your fear. Right? Would you like to? It's an opportunity for you. Right? Okay, guys. Am I giving an opportunity for her to move from state of existence to state of excellence? Yeah? Would you like to take? This world always gives you opportunity. It's up to us whether we want to grab it or not. Are you going to grab it? Yeah? No? Okay. I'm going to give you one more chance, okay? Not immediately. I'll go there and then come back. By then you try to build your faith. Okay? But opportunity never knocks twice, huh? Okay? Because it's a conclave, it is going to knock twice for you. All right? Great. Now, let's go to the next person here. There are 3 of them. I want to see, some of you are aspirational, but how many of you are expressional? Right? Yes? Can we give him a big round of applause?
Well, I am an aspirational in my own way. That I have my own way of aspiration of like yes, if that is the way, then yeah, I always wanted to serve in the military, and it is my aspiration to join the military and to serve there. And also, it is my aspiration to serve for my country and also for myself as well. Yeah.
There were 3 here. Yeah? Would you like to? Try. There's always a first time. And the military man has started with 3, which is so good for all of us, right? What is the military man is also right here. It's a problem, right?
Okay, first of all, I thank you for giving this opportunity to speak it out. Yes, it is my aspirational to be an IAS officer, and it is, yeah, that's all.
But at least somewhere you are having some goal post. Guys, now look at him. I meant to go this side, okay? I'm still thinking there was one girl here, right? Maybe, you know, if that girl speaks, she may get motivated. I've not looked at here, this guy is already standing. He says, hey, come on, yeah, I'm here, I'm ready. That's the spirit.
The aspiration that I have is whether doing things small or doing things big, doing the best of oneself, what the challenge or what the amount of the difficulty that we face. That is what I aim in for. Thank you.
So what are you going to achieve?
So one of the example that I would like to cite here is, if I want to become wealthy, even if I'm poor, if I'm able to still give to what I should be doing to become rich, that is one of the aspiration that I lead forward.
Absolutely. Give him a big round of applause. Fantastic. Thanks to all of those who expressed opportunity knocks twice only in an education conclave. Would you like to utilize? Give her a big round of applause.
I'm aspirational because I'm more interested in psychology, as I want to know people more, and I have lots of friends and even me that's very feared and nervous about things, especially about losing people's life. I love that. There's things that I have already lost my dear ones, so there's a bit fear that I might lose them again. So I'm afraid of being loved, and I'm afraid to love others also. Because after losing people that we love once, we become so much fear that if after losing the other one person again, we might not be able to move on.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Can you give her a big, 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 big round of applause? Have a seat. It really calls for courage to express this. Are you all understanding? But then, what we discussed now, you can operate from a state of intelligence or a state of wisdom. This is a classic example. The state of intelligence is it will always keep differentiating. Right? Psychologist, future psychologist. If you do really well, I'll give you a job in my ladder consultancy. Okay? I don't know whether you're in your school or college, I don't know what, but then now I know that you really mean you want to be a psychologist. You're not becoming a psychologist because somebody else is saying. You're becoming because you want to become a psychologist, right? And you have a story for it. Every one of you, believe me, you have your own story. You need to dig deep. You need to understand. The problem that you faced, can you be a solution provider for that problem? That's what she's thinking, right? Psychologically, there was a problem because of losing loved ones. The problem that she has, she wants to become a solution on that. That's the beauty of human being, right? Great, thanks for that. I know that there was a big story in it. That's why I did not want to lose your expression, right? Okay, give her a big round of applause once again. You know how she has to come out? Which I'm sure many of you are also having. She is always from the state of intelligence. She differentiates every scenario, right? Because we are habituated to think intelligent. But if you are wise, what you will do is, you will go with the truth, absolute truth. Yeah, the truth is, we don't have any control of when we will lose ourselves. Do we have? But then, when the truth of you losing someone happens, instead of you feeling bad about it, can you start celebrating the better days that you had with them? And make it into a celebration. This is where we call it as power of positive thinking, right? And that entire emotion that you have, you channelize it positively. Then you're wise. Otherwise, you're using more of intelligence and you're pushing yourself more towards problem. Are you all getting it? Great. So now, you have answered for all these, whether you are more influenced by the inner world of yourself or the outer world, whether you see life as predictable or unpredictable, whether you see life having more clarity or confusion, whether you have more faith driving your life or fear driving your life, are you objective or subjective in approaching your problem? Are you more purpose-driven or personalities-driven? Do you belong to something that you want to achieve in your life, or you're leading a life of probability? Are you more operating from intelligence or wisdom? Are you excelling or existing? And finally, are you aspirational in life today, or are you more from survival aspect of life today? Now, all these that you have ticked, okay? We are going to collect the sheet of paper. Please make it a point to hand it over back to the organizers, okay? We are going to analyze. I'm sure all of you were very honest when you have done. We are going to analyze it and share that report with Sir. Because this is your capital. We can have a lot of policy decisions based on this, right? Now we quickly have two more, my career dreams. Please, like what one gentleman said, I want to be in the military. Then she said, I want to be a psychologist. So like this, you know, and one of my friends said, I want to be wealthy. Absolutely, right? So whatever is your career dream, please start today. I'm not saying, you know, you already have clarity, but start today. Start by stating something there. Make a beginning, okay? Can you do it? Make a beginning of what you have as your career dream today. And then the last aspect is, what do you think are the challenges you have in you achieving that career dream? Okay? Make it simple. No big paragraphs and essays. Just 1 or 2 sentences is good enough. Okay? So please write that. And I would like to leave behind with only one real-time, my life story. I think before you write, you will have some more time to write and then give it off. Just listen to me. I was born in a family where we had a lot of financial problems. We used to live in a cow shed when we were very young, right? We couldn't have 3 meals a day. But then my mom decided, she was a visionary leader. She decided, if our family has to come out of this poverty, I need to have all my 3 children well educated. So whether we had food, money to buy food or not, she sent us to convent good schools and colleges to have good education. Okay? Today, my elder sister, she lives in Canada, married to a CEO of a huge multinational company, big house. I'm saying for my friend who wanted wealth, right? Big house, palatial house, Mercedes-Benz, all. You name it, she has it. And she was very well educated herself. And then I have my younger brother, who is a PhD in process control. He is a director of a top 10 company in the world in US, in Houston. He also has a palatial house, all the riches. He has got a movie theater inside his house. You can aspire to that extent, okay? Human brain, dare to dream big, okay? But at the end of the day, all that I want to leave behind to each one of you is education is everything. You cannot stop learning. Our life is continuously learning. So whether it is inside the classroom or outside in the world, as long as we have a mind to continuously keep learning, our growth is completely going to become a reality, okay? So keep aspiring. Don't be just in survival mode. I know Nagas have got deep culture in you. Nagaland is known for its culture, right? So let's do something. A cultured mind is a leadership mind. So I know that a great beginning on this education conclave, you're all going to become aspirational in nature and not simply survival. And I'm going to see in the future most of you as world leaders. All the very best. Thank you.
I do believe that everyone in this room have enjoyed thoroughly, because I have, and I hope we have such more sessions in the future. But we still have our hopes high as we welcome Sri Shah Nizamuddin M., the faculty trainer from Bangalore, and he will be talking on the faculty development. He is an MBA in Systems and HR from Bangalore University. He has initiated various learning and development models to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of professionalism. So today we look forward to listening to him. So please.
A very warm good evening to all of you. And the gentlemen on the dais have made the life more meaningful, have made more, target, goal-oriented. Makes us feel good. If you really want to know what Mr. Upendra was speaking today, by treating the cows, the bulls, the poultry and various other animals, he's become a millionaire, multi-millionaire. So if you're really aspiring to become the money machine, I think you need to look at Mr. Uppi. We call him Uppi. And our CV Ramanan goes by his name, that CV Ramanan is the scientist. So he's truly bought the way of life, and he speaks in a way that we can be very aspirational. So thank you so much for inviting us here to be part of this wonderful enclave, the Edu Connect for investment in Nagaland. And I think Nagaland is the most potential state in the country, and nobody can deny that. It has been an epitome of war, victory, sacrifice, self-sufficiency, and various things like that. And I think in the morning, one of your dignitaries was saying that we are the most adaptive people. We adapt to language, culture, and various things across in the life. So it's a privilege to be part of this session, and it's a privilege to be speaking in an environment where I'm going to see the future leaders of this country. To give you a quick background, I'm a PhD in a futuristic leadership trends 50 years and 25 years from now. How leadership is going to be evolving. in the world of business as well as society. In our research, we figured out that in the next 5 to 10 years, we will not have managers in the companies. You will have the bots. You know, those Alexa, the Google bot. So you have those small little speakers sitting in front of you in your desk, and you will ask, Mr. Manager, you can name your manager with fancy names. It could be Tom, it could be Jerry, it could be the Lion King, it could be the puppy, it could be the Tommy, it could be anything. You can name your manager accordingly. And you can give gender to it, you can give a voice to it, and then you speak, can I take leave tomorrow, boss? And the bot is going to say whether you are going to take a leave or no. Similarly, in the futuristic part of the faculty development and the education, the post-pandemic, the interventions of the faculty in your education system is going to minimize. I'll possibly just connect to Mr. Raman. I'll give you a quick small story. There was a little boy in a small village, a very small village, and a very naughty small little boy. All the time troubling people, all the time, questioning, all the time pulling people's leg, and lovely little guy, but running all over the town. There was a wise old man in the village. And the wise old man had every answer to every question it was posed in front of him. And this little boy took that, the goal that I have to defeat this wise man. So he thought of a way, and he took a. Have you seen the hummingbird? Small little hummingbird which, shakes its feathers at a lightning speed. And that bird he takes in his hand, and he goes and he says, I'm here to defeat you, Mr. Old Man. I'm going to ask you a question that you cannot even answer. And he says, can all the people in this village assemble in a place where we can ask you a question you can't answer it? And the old man gets worried. And he takes up the challenge. He says, yes, my little boy, I'm here to take up your challenge. So they all assemble in the Chauraha, the main center of the village. And the boy comes from behind the crowd with a little hummingbird in his hand. And he says, hey, Mr. Old Man, you have to answer my question correctly. So he says, he takes the little hummingbird, puts it in his two hands, and he says, now tell me, Mr. Old Man, is this bird in my hand alive or dead? Now if the old man says the bird is alive, this boy will crush that bird, and he says, see, that's dead. If the man says the bird is dead, he will lift the bird and the bird will fly out, and he says, the answer is wrong. It's a huge dilemma. What do you answer to this little naughty boy? He says, the man thinks with a lot of wisdom, Mr. Raman, with a lot of wisdom. He says, the destiny of that little bird is in your hands, little boy. If you crush it, it'll die. If you let it go, it'll live. So the destiny is in your hands. So that's the wisdom. And that is what the faculty brings in our life. They give us the wisdom. They give us the way of life. They give us the path to travel on. They give us the meaning to our life. So in this world of where these people are going to give us the meaning to our life, the world is changing how to teach, how to train, how to, basically help people learn. And we are seeing in this world that the faculty system is going to change from only teacher coming and teaching us, and then we learn, and then we practice, and then come back. Today, everything on this earth is there on the Google. It's there on the internet world, where you want to learn something, you just ask the Google Baba will tell you. And today we are living in the world of Google Baba, right? If you want to go to Dimapur, you ask, it'll give you the navigation. You ask, what is the history of Nagaland? Within 3 minutes you can read the history of Nagaland and still be, you can have the preliminary knowledge. Under every subject under this world, you can basically learn in the next 3 seconds, 3 minutes, right? And in that time, in this kind of a technology world, how does a faculty blend itself with the people and learn at the same time teach? When the faculty is becoming more or less integrated in our lifestyle, how do you find meaning? I'll give you another story, and I think impact to it'll have a certain amount of impact on the way Mr. Raman was speaking. How many of you have really thought where you will be in the next 5 to 10 years when you finish your education? Where will you be? Don't answer. Just think. Where will you be? What will you be? Will you walk on the same path that your faculty members were talking about? Or will you be on the same place where the books were mentioning, or where your books had defined your goal? There's a small story, another little boy in the village. These village boys are really smart, I'll tell you. Very smart. They're the street smart. They know how to survive. They know how to climb walls. They know how to climb the trees. They know how to steal the mangoes from the mango grove. They're the best people. There's another smart boy from the village. And he was one little boy who could take an arrow and the bow and shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye. This little boy had this amazing capacity to take an arrow and a bow and shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye. Can you believe it? How many of you in this hall can you believe that there was a little boy who can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye? Possible? Every arrow. So the word of this boy's ability started spreading from the village to the next village, to the next village, and to every other village. And everybody knew that there is a little boy who can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye. Everybody started becoming curious. And one person, like Mr. Jamir, said, we need to have this little boy in our association of Olympics and represent our country. And this is what you're targeting in the life, right? You want some Olympic players to be there in the field of education, science, everywhere. You want them to be that's your aspiration, right? So there was Mr. Jamir, who was sitting in one corner of Nagaland, and said, I want this boy who can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye. So the search began. Nobody knew where this boy is, but they had heard of this little boy who can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye. And the search began. Mr. Jamir's team started going from village to village and asking for, where is this boy who can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye? The anxiety is increasing. No, where can I find? Yeah. They moved on from one village to another, one town to another. They could not find, but they were hearing the same story in the same village, same town. So they came to one village with tired, extremely tired. What do I do now? If I don't find Mr. Jamir, is going to say, you didn't do your job. So this guy was upset, but he went to one person in the village and asked, can you please tell me where is that little boy who can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye? He says, you have come very close. This boy doesn't live in this town, but he lives in a village next village. He gives him the navigation. He goes to the next village and he looks at the first person in the village and says, can you please tell me where is that little boy who can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye? He says, go straight, take a left and a right, and you will see a house there, and where you can meet that boy who can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye. So this guy is excited. Wow, I have accomplished. I am finding this boy who can represent our country in the Olympics. So he goes to that house and he knocks at the door, knock, and the door opens. And the father, who is a tall man, comes out and says, yes, what do you want? He says, can I find that little boy who can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye? He says, what? Get out from here. He says, sir, please, I want to meet your son. He says, get out from here. He says, please. When this argument was going on, this little boy was standing at the back of him, and he comes running and says, are you looking for me? He says, are you that little boy who can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye? He says, yes, it's me. I can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye. He says, I want you to take to our association and put you into the Olympics. He says, no problem. The boy is ready to go. Father is not letting him go. So they convince the father in a way, and they all assemble in the ground, the playground of the village. And now the gentleman says, can you please demonstrate your capability that we all have heard that you can shoot every arrow in the middle of the bullseye? He says, no problem. So he says, that's the goal and that's the bullseye. So they keep him there. And he says, shoot that. So this boy takes his stance, takes a deep breath, and takes the bow, and he takes the arrow from the back, and he starts aiming. He starts taking a proper stance. He pulls a little more, then he releases. And then he says, he shakes his body a little, then again puts the bow and the arrow, and then stretches, and runs towards the bullseye and lifts for 1 meter. And that is how this guy could do miracle of shooting every arrow in the middle of the bullseye. He was not wrong. The question of the story is, are you going to aim for something small, or are you going to aim for something big that Nagaland will be really, really proud? With Nagaland, will India really be proud of? The faculty today needs to really understand what our children are capable of, to curate them, to carve them, to sculpt them, to find out the unique capability of every child in our state, and really carve them out to be one of the most unique and the best citizen of Nagaland. And that's the capability that the faculty today needs to develop. Otherwise, to learn, we have Google, we have the learning, e-learning, we have the portals, we can just listen but the faculty today needs to be the sculptor, the artist, the painter, the scientist, to make the best out of every little dreaming soul that is sitting here, the innocent kids that are sitting here. That's the faculty we need to build on. And it is just not the faculty. It is you at the same time need to assist your faculty that this is what I want to become. Can you please help us? And this is what my father and mother aspire me to be. And this is what I aspire to be. Can you please help me? Can you please help me start my journey from point A to a point B? I think that is what the faculty today needs to do. And this is what Mr. Raman was trying to tell us, that this, if you really want to excel, you really need to know what you want to do. And I think in the way Mr. Jamir is endeavoring the entire process of creating a revolution in the education system in Nagaland, and I'm sure such great diamonds will be out and will be carved out in this great state of Nagaland, and this will be the germinating point, and this will be the culminating point where things will start growing into a larger than life kind of a situation. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here and being part of your wonderful journey of education and a dream, and we look forward to seeing the same faces on the televisions and the large screens from now on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And it is here that I would like to call upon, in a reminding of what both the sirs have shared with us this afternoon. They're welcoming you back tomorrow. At the same time, if you wish to know more and be challenged and take back what you feel may be a surprise for yourself. And it is here now that I would like to welcome the Directorate of Technical Education to speak to us about the technical institutions in Nagaland.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Respected Compeer, Madam, and respected Chief Executive Officer, Sir Alamdimsi, IS, and all the dignitaries on the dais, and respected officials from different departments sitting in front of me, and the medias, and my young brothers and sisters. First of all, I would like to thank Aiden for giving the opportunity to the Department of Technical Education. There are so many departments in the state, but our department has been given the privilege to say some few words on technical institutions in the state. Last evening, we have been given this call, and then we try our level best to compile some few slides. And I hope that we will give justice, because before me, there were so many good speakers who have really highlighted about different opportunities, different careers, different things that we have never heard before. So, as I've mentioned, I hope my department and myself will give justice at the end of this session, as I will be the last concluding speaker of this session. Next slide, please. Okay, the different technical and professional courses that we have come across, and then I would like to know, first of all, how many of you are from class 9 and class 10? Can I see your hands, please? Okay, there are quite a few of you. And then how many of you are from class 11 and class 12? Okay, some of you are from the science background and some of you are from the arts background, I believe. Okay, and then the rest, I think it's from graduate and above. So again, I would like to welcome all of you again, and then those who are online also, I would like to welcome all of you for this session. Now, as you can see in the slide, the different technical and professional courses. The first is medical and allied sector. I don't know how many of you have come across this, and then I'm sure even if you are not in class 10, class 9 or class 11, 12, whether you are in the arts background or whether you're doing your BA or some other course, I'm sure that you will benefit from this also. There are medical and allied sectors like the MBBS and BDS, that is dental and medicine. Then we have engineering and allied sector, that is your BTech and BE, and then diploma, then your post-graduation, and so on. And in different disciplines like civil engineering, mechanical, then you have architect, and all the sectors. Then you have agriculture and allied sectors like fisheries, horti, all those comes under this particular course. Then we have management and allied sectors, then mass communication and journalism, finance and accounting, then designing, that is fashion and allied sector, like interior design. So these are the courses that comes under technical or professional courses. Next slide, please. Okay, to get enrolled into technical institution. Now I'd like to come a little bit downstreaming, avoiding some of the courses that I've just mentioned in the previous slide. Here, the first is medical college. You want to enter into a medical college, then you need to be at class 10+2 pass with science stream and with biology as your main subject, and having a NEET score. That is, you have to give an NTA exam. Then regarding this, if you want to enter an engineering college, you have to have a NEET JEE score. That also, you have to have your 10+2 qualification under science stream, and that you have to have a mathematics, physics, chemistry. Then those students who has already completed diploma in any discipline, be it civil engineering, be it mechanical engineering, any discipline, can also enter into an engineering college through lateral entry. Then comes the agriculture and allied sector. Here, in order to enter those stream and those colleges or universities, you have to clear your 10+2 science stream and then have a NSE score, that is Nagaland State Entrance Exam. So these are the things that the state is looking after, the technical aspect. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, this slide is very important because from here I'm again narrowing down from other professional courses. With due respect to other professional courses, I'm just narrowing down to engineering. I'm now sidelining the medical part and the other parts also. So how many of you have heard of an engineer, or you inspired to be an engineer? Can I see your hand? Okay, I can see a few of you. Okay, so I think maybe you're right now in class 9, 10, 11 or 12 doing your science background, right? Okay, so here, why do we need an engineer? That is very important again, because okay, my father is an engineer, my brother is an engineer, or there's an engineering course, so I would like to become an engineer, or I want to study engineer. Is that the focus is what you have done, or like because of some other what I say, you have some other ambition or something, because of that you want to do an engineering? If any of you who are inspiring to be an engineer, can you kindly say? Those who have raised your hand. Yes, or you want to might.
Aspirational has to be heard in the entire world.
Okay, we will come to you again. Anyway, like for an instant, in case we have no bulb here in this hall, can we see each other in the dark? I don't think that is possible. In case we do not have this big screen, the LED screens or the projectors, can we Can you see the presentation that I'm doing right now? I don't think that is possible. In case we do not have this hall, this hall is not constructed, I think we'll be all sitting in the rain. Right now there's raining, it's raining outside, so we will all be sitting outside and then murmuring to each other, very cold, right? And then in case we don't have this microphone, I don't think the last people can hear me. Maybe I'll try to shout very loudly. But if I don't have enough energy, maybe the last person will not be able to hear me. Okay, so I've just taken some example. Now, as earlier speakers also have said, you have your, what to say, a lot of social medias are also there. You are using it. Then you, when you enter your car, then some sound appears. There are so many things, right? I want to know that you want to be the user or the inventor of those things. You want to be the inventor of this, you want to be the inventor of the bulb, the person who construct this beautiful building, or do you just want to be the user and then, oh, I will enjoy. Let somebody build it, then I will enjoy. Is that, what is your concept, what is your thinking? Because an engineer, you will, if you want to become an engineer, the mindset that you have to have is that I want to be an inventor. I want to be someone who, okay, there's a microphone here, but I want to improve on this. I want to improve in such a way that this, instead of it vibrating now, that the speech becomes more clear. So in order to do that, you need to have some skill, some set skill, scientific skill. So that thing you can achieve by becoming an engineer. Now, there are so many things in our life. There are so many things. I've just said some examples. But with those things, by inventing, by doing all those things, can you have your livelihood? I think you can have your livelihood. Have you thought of that? How many of you, after completing your course that you are doing right now, maybe some of you are in the graduation level also, after maybe 5 years down the line, how many of you see in a position that after whatever you have done your studies, have you done that? Have you done the study that after I complete my BA, my MA, after I complete my arts, my MSc, or my master's, or my PhD even in that particular area, well, I'll be able to provide for myself and do something for the society? That thinking, how many of you have thought of that? Because I'm not saying that other fields, as I've mentioned, I'm just narrowing down to engineering part. I'm not saying that the other fields that you have done, with that you will not be able to achieve anything. Now, why I'm saying this is that the scenario in our state is that only about 2% from 15 years to 20 years of age, your age group, only 2% is doing professional courses. Around 95 to 98% are doing non-professional courses. That is the scenario right now in our state. Next slide, please. In the country, that is India, higher studies in technical education, we have different levels. That is certificate courses there. Then we have diploma level, we have degree level, postgraduate level, as I mentioned, then doctoral level, with all different trade and discipline. So you are interested in construction, I become a civil engineer. I'm interested in becoming a person who design this software. I become a software engineer. I want to design a web portal. I become a software engineer. So you can decide on whatever discipline you want. Then we have different council in India, and for engineering, to assure that colleges and institutions are as per the norms, as per the standard, and they are doing well. We have we have a council, that is All India Council for Technology Education, which is responsible for engineering colleges. And we have different councils also, like medical council is there. We have architect council. We have different councils to go and look after different professional colleges. Then, what are the roles after you complete your certificate course, your diploma course, your degree course, or your post-graduation course? You become, the roles that you become is, you become a civil engineer. You become, it's there on the slide, you become an automobile engineer. That is, you become a vehicle engineer. Not that you'll be like, you have seen the workshops in Kohima, right? Or Dimapur around. So, an automobile engineer, you become a designer. You become the one that will be used in the company. And then you become an engineer there, designing and then manufacturing those vehicles. So you become part of that. Then you become aerospace engineer, IT engineer, robotic engineer, or an architect. Next slide, please. Like, there are different jobs in across the country and even abroad. Now, if we come to the country, there are different jobs in the private sector and also in the public sector. That is, if you come to the public sector, the Indian Railways, you become an engineer, you can be recruited in an Indian Railway. You become an engineer working for the rails to work. So if you are interested in rails, you want to become an railway engineer, then you there's a job for you there also. Then you become an engineer in the airports. Your planes are flying because of the engineers. So if you want to be a person responsible for the planes to fly, then you can become an engineer in the working for the planes and in the airports. Then we have this oil and natural gas corporation. There also you can become an engineer there. Then we have the ISRO, that is Indian Space Research Organization. Here you want to become a scientist. You want to become somebody that I'm a Naga. Now I want to be somebody that is well spoken of, Naga that is working in a science center. So right now we don't have the data that any Naga is working as a scientist in ISRO. So you may be the first person or the first lady or the first guy, the Jain, to be working in ISRO also. Then you can work in telecom sector. In some in the earlier session also, I've heard that somebody wants to become an Indian, wants to join the armed forces, and even there's scope for engineers to join the Indian armed forces, be it the Navy, be it in the army. You can become a captain, you can become a major, and then you may be driving your own tank also in the army. So that is possible for an engineer also. So there are so many scope. Then in private sectors, like there are so many software companies also. You can see through the slides. So there are so many software companies, so many vehicle companies, so many mobile phone companies that you can join after you become an engineer. Then the salaries, the perks, this is just the beginning. It depends on the experience, it depends on your skill, how skillful you are, and also it depends on the company or the department in which you are joining. So we have just written 20,000. Maybe it will range from your beginning salary, maybe even 50,000 or even a lakh, as per your skill, as per your specific area of specialization. Next slide, please. Now, higher studies in technical education in our state. How many of you know that there are some technical institutions in our state, like NIT, National Institute of Technology in Chumukidima? There's one NIT. How many of you know? I think very less of you are aware of technical institute in our state, I think. Okay, so I think this is a very important session. So we have one NIT, that is, it's offering both BTech and MTech and doctoral degree levels in NIT Chumukidima, Dimapur. In order to enter in that particular institution, you have to clear your GE. That is your GE advance. Then there's a college in Dimapur that is SET, School of Engineering Technology in Dimapur. So they are offering BTech and B programs. Then we have St. Joseph University that is also offering BTech program in civil engineering. Then we have NELECT that is located in Dimapur, Kohima, and in Mokuchun. So it is also offering short-term courses and diploma level courses. Then we have Nagaland Tool Room, which is offering diploma course. Some of these colleges are central run by ministries, central ministry, and some are run by the private parties. So and some are government-aided college. Now, the institutions that are owned by the state government, that is our government. Have you heard of polytechnics? Or what does a polytechnic do? What does a polytechnic institution, who are those people who enter a polytechnic, and what becomes of them after they complete their particular training in a polytechnic? Have you ever heard of polytechnic? How many polytechnics have you heard in our state? 1, 2, how many? Okay, right now we have 2 coming up, and then we have 9 polytechnics in our state, and which is approved by All India Council for Technical, as I've already mentioned earlier also. So it has to be it has to come from approval from a particular council, and then a council for an architect, it has to come from Architect Council of India. So it is approved by that, and then once you become a engineer or an architect after completion from these institutions, some of the jobs, some of the roles are there. So you can compete like an IS. One person has mentioned an IS, Indian Administrative Service. So even an engineer can also have an Indian Engineering Service. Okay, so you are also like an IS, but in an engineering line. So Indian Engineering Service. After you graduate, you become BTech or MTech, you can enter into an engineering service in the competitive exams. And also in our local context, there's an MPC, Nagaland Public Service Commission. So you can compete with your friends, and you can also become an entrepreneur. If you have the skill and you have learned the skill and the trade, then you don't need to pursue for jobs, because now you can do something with your own skill that you have been trained in such a way. So you can become an entrepreneur, then you can become a site engineer, a technician, a software or a web developer, then hardware maintenance. You can even become a faculty, and there are many more jobs for an engineer. Next slide, please. To get enrolled into a polytechnic, you must have cleared your class 10, and the process of admission is going on right now. Registration is going on right now. So we have a website that is www. I will show you in the later stage the website name. You can write it later. That is, we have a website, and then there's a link that you go into that one, you register, you enter the forms, then you do all the necessary. So you have to have a 10th pass with maths and science as compulsory subject, and we have to have a test, that is diploma entrance exam will be conducted to enter into a polytechnic. There are some reservation policies are there for women. Why I'm saying for women is that I'll come to the next slide. I will mention about that also. Is that there are some good features that a woman is getting once you enter in a polytechnic. There are good scholarships for women. That is, there's a central scholarship, that is Prakati scholarship. That is, there is offering 50,000 per year to a girl who is studying a technical course. So I don't think you're getting 50,000 in a year as a scholarship, right? So if you want 50,000, then you get yourself enrolled into a polytechnic or a degree college, okay, in an engineering college. Then we have reservation for physical disabled person, and then for non-locals, to encourage non-locals also, we have some few percentage into our polytechnics. Then the colleges are, as I've mentioned, there are 9 institutions located in different parts of our state. I'll not mention all the names. Then the disciplines are, if you want to be a civil engineer, there's a course in civil, computer, mechanical, electrical, automobile, IT, electronics, architect, interior design, and fashion design. So these are the courses that are offered in the technical institutes of polytechnics in the state. Next slide, please. The features in a polytechnic, that is, the fees are very, very nominal because it's a government institution, and then most of the students we are coming from rural area, so we keep the fees at a very nominal rate. So the students even from the village area also can get admitted in a polytechnic. And then, as I've mentioned, there's a scholarship. And don't worry, even the GENS part also scholarship is there, central scholarship is there, and then the state scholarship is there. So you don't worry about that part. Then we have qualified faculties, and the labs, the machineries are as per the norms of AICT. And so for all the 6 semesters, the hostel, all those facilities are there: net, internet, good library. Then in the earlier morning session, we have learned also from our dignitaries, earlier speakers, that due to problems, insurgency problems in our state, companies are little bit hesitant to come to the state to venture and then to recruit. But our department, the institutions, also we try to help the students for recruitment, for them to go outside the state, to encourage them, and then to work in companies. And then if you work better, then as mentioned, you can also start working in America, in Australia, or somewhere where you want to work. So there's no limitation to that. Then after you complete your diploma, you can also pursue your degree in engineering. That is, you'll be entering into the second year of an engineering college, not in the first year. Then these are AICT approved institutes and National Board of Accreditation. This is a very important accreditation. Now all the institutions are pursuing for National Board of Accreditation. That is to assure that the institute is giving quality education. So some of the institutions has already obtained, and then some of the institutions are in the process of obtaining National Board of Accreditation. Then the good thing about these institutions are it's a hands-on, practical. Now we have been sitting from morning to evening. This is, I think, an evening for us, for Nagas. I think without any practical, okay, all theory, right? But if you go to an institution, a polytechnic, most of the things that will be taught in a practical, hands-on. So instead of just having a boring lecture, you'll be having so many practicals. And then I think that is what the young people want, and then that is what you learn. Then as mentioned, after diploma, you can become a junior engineer. If you want to be called an engineer, then you come to an institute, and then you get the title of an engineer. Then a site engineer, assistant engineer, mechanical engineer, support staff, you can become a demonstrator, web developer, maintenance engineer, architect, assistantship. So all those things you can achieve once you join a diploma institute. That is a polytechnic. It is for 3 years. Now next slide, please. Some of the practices that are taking place in a polytechnic, in a very nutshell, we have prepared. That is, it's a tobacco-free campus. So that is one. And then we give roster details to the students. I don't think in your institutes Okay, the schools or the colleges that you are coming, you have a roster duty that you have to clean your campus. Because even here, we have our sweepers and all, but in order to have that sense of cleanliness, that sort of things also are also practiced. Then we have an employee of the month for the staff, for the faculty, so that they are more diligent, they work harder for the students. And then seminars, webinars are also conducted, online, offline is conducted for anything that students or the faculty allied does something new, and then there's an interaction. And skill trainings to nearby colleges and school students are also conducted. Like there's a particular institute at Mokuchun, example. Now there are some schools or some colleges nearby this institute. They come to this institute and they have a free 1 week, 2 weeks training, and maybe they learn about web designing, or they learn about hardware, how to assemble a computer or assemble a CPU. So those are the things that I'm just citing an example. There's also technical support for the community and for the departments. Recently also our Polytechnic at Tunsan, there's a village nearby that particular institution. So there was a drainage issue in that nearby that Polytechnic. So the faculties and students, they designed the drainage, and then they made the drainage, and so there's no problem of the drainage. So there are civil engineers there doing the civil engineering work, so they have designed, and then they could resolve the problem of the village. So those are some of the practices that are done in the polytechnics. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are some of the pictures. You can, this is at Kohima, established in 1994. The next slide. That is at Kilosho Polytechnic. This is the oldest institute in the state. It is established in 1972. Then this institute is located at Mokuchun, is established in 2003. Then this is located at Dimapur. It is established in 2018. Then this is at Peg, 2018. Then this is at Tunsan, established in 2018. Then this is Waka, established recently in 2021. Then Paren, next slide. Then this is at Mon, 2021. Next slide, please. Now the polytechnics is trying to, as I've mentioned in my earlier slide also, is trying to try for excellence for quality education. So there's a goal, there's a target, and then there's a particular term known as Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 4, that is brought out for all the departments in the state. Now here, the target of these institutions is to have a short-term goal, medium-term goal, and long-term goal, where there will be improvement in the quality of education through National Board of Accreditation. So once an institution obtains that particular goal, that institution can upgrade to a degree college, to a degree institution with having that accreditation, and then in those disciplines. So that is one of the main targets of SDG for the institutions. And then you must have heard, this is a very new thing in the whole country is talking about this National Education Policy 2020. So even our state is also now getting involved in National Education Policy. Now, as I've earlier mentioned, that we comes under the regulation, the polytechnics and engineering colleges, keeping aside some of the engineering colleges like IITs, it comes under the preview of AICTE. So as per the AICTE norms and guidelines, that NAP 2020 will also will take off with, and here the good thing is that multidisciplinary, this is the focus, and then skill training, that is the focus of National Education Policy 2020. So you are taking admission into a polytechnic or to a degree college, then you will be learning multi-trade, not only civil engineering, not only computer, not only mechanical, but you will be a multi-trade, and you will be mostly focused on skill, a specific specific area of specialization. So those are the things, and then their flexibility is also there. So multi-point entry, there are so many terms there. So once you enter an institution, now the policy of these institutions or polytechnics we also are in the process of implementing this National Education Policy 2020. Last but not the least, I would like to also mention is that as I've mentioned in my in the first slide, that we are having shortage of manpower in technical field. Only about 2 to 3% combined of all the medical students and all the engineering students or all those other professional students, 2 to 3% are only studying professional courses. The rest of the Nagas, the youngsters between the age group from 15 years and above, are going for non-technical courses. So there's a huge demand for an engineer. I'm speaking more towards the engineering. In other fields also, there are huge demand. So you think wisely, you think what is good for you, and then try to consult your elders, try to consult with the departments, and then try to focus on what you will become one day. So able to do something for yourself and for the society and for the nation. Because right now what is happening is that not only in our state, elsewhere also, there are so many companies wanting to get good skilled engineers. So I'm very confident that our young Naga boys and girls are very talented. So once you enter an engineering institution, your creativity starts developing. And so once you have given the guidance, the scientific temper is there, then you will be able to work like a rocket. So that is what I would like to mention, that try to focus on professional courses. And in case you have already started your non-professional course, still there's no issue. You can come to an institution, a polytechnic, you can have a short-term skill training courses that is offered in polytechnics, where you can get a specific area of specialization which can help you do whatever you want to do. So those studying other courses also, you are invited to come to these institutions and become part of a technical professional course. The last slide please. So one step back. Okay, so this is for you to read, and the last line, that is the website where you have the link to register to enter an institution, to a polytechnic. The registration is going right now. Now our earlier speakers, they have introduced themselves first and then they have spoken. I will introduce myself last, so that because their qualifications is too high, I want to introduce myself last. I have also done my engineering in computer science, and I was pursuing my master's in computer science again, but due to some work, I've given a break. Then I will be pursuing that again. So what I'm telling you is that there's never a age for learning. Okay, so you must have felt that I have dropped out for 2 years in my school. I've already failed for 3 years. No issue. There's no end to learning. So I would like to wish each and every one of you that all the best, and then try to encourage your friends, your neighbors to pursue your studies in an technical institute in the state. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, sir. We've come to the end of the program for today, and we would like to express our gratitude to each one who has stayed on for our technical session since morning, and of course to our dignitaries who have given their best, their patience, and also very much their interactive sessions, which all of us have gained. May we all put our hands together in saying thank you to our dignitaries and to ourselves, and to all those who have made it possible. It is here that I would like to say to all of you, please do come back tomorrow. We will have our technical and valedictory session tomorrow at 10 a.m. And if you wish to have more time with Dr. Ramanan, it is at 11 o'clock from 11 to 11:40. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow.
A bit late, but you all can visit the stalls. And tomorrow there is 2 interesting sessions in regard to the scholarships, and then I'm sorry, just a second. No, not scholarship, study a foreign language, and then facilities for availing education loan. These 2 are very interesting, so please do come back tomorrow.
share me that photograph?
You want any help? No.
have a photo here? Huh?
We should take one.
Here. You stand here, let me tell you. Light is there, stand there.
Yeah, take care.
Yes, that's it. You have a powerful voice. How to modulate the voice.
ಹೌದಾ? बात करो सर कुछ। हाँ बस
रिव्यू को दिखाने का है।
Correct.
I've taken 3 shots. 3, 3, 3.
I don't have 3 wives. What shall I do?
we can provide the other 2.
No, boss.
So far, so good for him.
Do you have the car guy's number?
They must be waiting.